Hello? Oh, why am I looking over here? Did somebody spin me already? How peculiar. Hang on.
Dear Baraku and Selma, please accept this letter as formal notification that I am resigning from my position as Shield Bearer at Secret Society. My final day of employment will be today. Thank you for the opportunities I have been given during my time at Secret Society. I have valued my experience here and appreciate the support I've received from you and the team. I wish you and the Secret Society continued success. Sincerely, Reeks Teati.
There's so much happening right now. First of all, right to get us off to the right foot, hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Second of all, as you are hearing here right now, we have welcomed on some new mods into the Shroom State. I had intended to welcome them in a little bit sooner, but I had some behind-the-scenes things going on in the Shroom State known as my brain, so I was incapable of adding them in until today. But today we welcome Rex onto the Twitch team, currently right now, which is what you just heard Gary reading was Rex relinquishing his membership to the
Hey Rex, take this Uno card. Honestly, have a good time.
the relinquishing their membership to the aforementioned organization that we don't tend to talk about. Welcome to the mod team, Rex. We also welcomed in Nano Mino on YouTube as well. So say hi to Nano, who is keeping an eye on you, YouTube fellas. And we also have Nano as well as Alive as new Discord mods as well. Also, there's so much happening right now. Hang on. I'm getting through like each little announcement thing, and then there's a new thing to say. Lance, welcome back for 13 months. Thank you. We celebrate, and hell yeah, we celebrate, and welcome back to Rotation. Also, Peanut, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for 2 months of Prime subscriptions. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, wait, there's another. I just keep getting things thrown at me. Thank you. You only get one of those Prime subs a month, so I'm honored that you would subscribe to me with that. Silky, also thank you for tier 2 sub for 3 months. What the heck? Thank you. I appreciate it. Wow. Oh my god, it's still going. What's happening? There's so many noises. Edward, thank you for gifting subs to the Shrewmates. Thank you for gifting 5. Oh my god. Shrewmates, please rotate for everybody who is subscribing and resubscribing and gifting subs. Thank you, fellas. Very kind on this lovely Friday we are having here. Lovely Friday in September to be rescued. Thank you. Yeah. Break my neck. Break my neck. Tear all of those ligaments asunder. Destroy them. What do I need those for? Take me to a free and exciting and lovely trip to the chiropractors. Woo! Yeah, fellas getting rescued from ad jail. If you were rescued from ad jail by Edward, please say thank you. Awesome Friday, my birthday, and watching spinning. Birthday? Hang on, what a crazy start to stream. Hang on, we're chaining events. It's time to sing happy birthday immediately, right here, right now. Immediately. We don't even know why we're here yet, but we're singing happy birthday immediately. Sure, mates, are you ready? Are you ready? Conducting fingies, ready, 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 ready. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Fia Menstra. Happy birthday to you. I tried to add an N in there. I tried to call you Fia Menstra for some reason. That's not your name, and I know that. I know that's not your name.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you for wishing a happy birthday also, Gary. So kind of you. I don't know if you usually do that, but I'm happy you've done it today. Lots of September babies. Intriguing. Intriguing how that goes. Oh yeah, because Chili, your birthday was earlier this week, wasn't it, too? Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Moon Bonnie also. Thank you, Selma. Oh my gosh, we hit the sub goal for today. I can maybe, when we do that, I tend to like to show you guys a sneak peek of something that I'm working on for something. Maybe I will do that today. We'll find out. We'll see. Maybe, for the kindness. For the kindness you've shown, we will get a little sneak peek, mayhap. But thank you, Selma! I hope you guys aren't tired of rotating. Just keep rotating. Just keep spinning. Never enough spinning. Hi, Al. I see you've rotated my head. Thank you. How are you today on this lovely Friday? Yippee! Hang on, wait. I gotta, like, organize my brain. What was I supposed to be talking about? Did I arrive? Did I introduce myself? Did I say hi? What have I done today? We just got here. So many things happen immediately. Yeah, it is very much a Dory. Just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. Just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. I'm well, EG, trying to convince myself to go for a run. Oh, I know how that goes. Let me tell you, man, if I could surgically implant a trait into my mind, it would be enjoying exercise. I hate running specifically. I cannot stand running. I hate doing it. It's so boring to me. You love running? Oh, well, then I can't help you. I'm glad you like it, though. Disorganized? How do you love running? What makes you love running? How do you enjoy it? What makes it enjoyable for you? Then just don't run. I need cardio. I know I have other ways of doing cardio, but running is like the easiest way of doing cardio, and running is the preferred form of cardio that Jubby does. And we can't hang out together while doing it, and it sucks. Oh, Chokorama, thank you for gifting a sub also. Thank you. I hope you guys aren't tired of rotating. Just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. Just keep spinning, spinning. I sound one of those, thanks for the hearts. Popcorn, yum, 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 yum. NPC streamers saying that. Why are you running, EG? That is the question I ask all the time. The only time I can shut my brain down. See, I can't shut my brain down when I do most cardio. Like biking or running or anything of that kind. There's just not enough external stimulus for me. So I just am in my head thinking thoughts and thinking about things. And I'm one of those people where, like, I don't really like being left alone with my thoughts all that often. I like certain things, but, like, not running. Running is too mindless for me. And trust me, I used to do a lot of it. But I used to be, the thing that I was known for in high school, believe it or not, I was known to be an athlete. I was not known for being an art kid, despite the fact that I was, in fact, an art kid. I was an athlete. I played soccer, I played field hockey, I played lacrosse, and I did kung fu. I was a jock in school. Were you too, Almantas? Damn, we have so much, whoops, that was a dang. We have so much, like, strange overlap in lore. Next thing you know, you're gonna find out that Almantas is, like, somehow, like, we were created from the same mycelial network. Somehow we were created with the same, I don't know, key traits in mind. Chem degree, becomes a professor, was a jock in school. What other things? There's a couple other things I feel like that we had going on that was like strange overlap. It's funny though. Happened with me, got a scholarship for physical activity despite all my art experience. Yeah, I had to quit sports for the most part because of injuries. Unfortunately, when you max out concussions, they no longer let you play contact sports. 3 major concussions in 2 years is pretty bad. So they were like, never mind. Soccer, what's that? Football. If you will. if you want to call it that way, I can be non-American about it. Called football. I played soccer was my first sport. I played that from the time that I was, I think, 6 or 7 until I was in like 6th or 7th grade. I started Kung Fu when I was in 5th grade. I started field hockey and lacrosse in 7th grade, and then I played field hockey and lacrosse until I was a senior in high school, and I did Kung Fu all the way up until a couple years ago. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of sports. I was very good at lacrosse, and I was very good at I never made it through a full season of field hockey because I kept getting injured. I was very good at Kung Fu, though. So I didn't interrupt. Has Panda Rosemary not been granted mod permissions? Not yet. I was waiting for confirmation that the rules for being one were read. Just to make sure that she's prepared. But if Panda Rosemary is here in the chat and is ready, I can give it to you right now. Apologies? You're good. I just didn't want to give people new abilities before they were ready for them and had seen all the things that go into it. No worries. No need for apologies, Amber. You're just doing your job as per usual. Too non-competitive for most sports. See, that was my problem. That was the main reason why I did not enjoy them. Are you ready? 07. I got you. Physically onboarding you right now. I am grabbing you by the hand and I'm pulling you into the shroom state. Take my hand. Let's see. Oh, this makes it really easy too. Rex, I had like a brief moment of like terror of trying to figure out what your name was because I was like, I know your name is Rex Tauti, but I know that in the Discord server you have like the Chinese characters for it in your name. And put that in for some reason instead, and there is somebody with that name on Twitch, and I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. I almost failed my kidnapping, but I did succeed. It was okay. There we go. Bam, 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 gotcha, captured, welcome to the basement. Yeah. We're in it Tau TA. Yeah, I think it might be, that might be what the characters say. I copy and pasted it in, and somebody had that name, and then I was like, wait, I think Rex's name is entirely in, like, English letters, or Latin alphabet on Twitch. Imagine a poor random Twitch user suddenly getting special mod powers. I accidentally did that on YouTube when I was giving Jubby Matt mod powers once upon a time. It was great. It was fantastic. I accidentally gave some random person the powers. They didn't do anything with it in the, like, 15 minutes that I had that happening. It was okay. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Let's see what funny little emote I got today. Let's see. Thank you for the kind donations to the shroom state. Let's see. What did I get? I got a shy ghost. Oh, I can be shy. Only in display name. Oh, interesting. Look at me. I'm a little ghost, apparently. Doesn't allow Chinese character username. That is strange because it had it as an option. There was somebody who had that name. So, peculiar, strange, and interesting. YouTube moderators have less power, so they couldn't do that much. That's true. They wouldn't have been able to do much anyways, thankfully. But nothing went wrong. Oh, but what I was saying was that I was not very competitive. I have an extremely competitive family. Jubby is so anxious about playing games with my family because my family is incredibly competitive to the point that it, like, makes them fight sometimes, especially my extended family. It is wild how competitive they can be, and my mother was my field hockey and lacrosse coach all the way through. Intense. I'm not a very competitive person. I also don't like, in sports, team sports, I don't like being relied on because the fear in the back of my mind, I have an anxiety disorder, I'd spend the entire game like, if I drop this ball, everyone on my team will hate me. If I do this, it screws everyone up. I can't make mistakes because they will destroy me. The pressure was just way too much for me, especially being coach's kid. I hated it. I loved Kung Fu because everything just relied on my own ability. And despite the fact that I did compete a couple times, I didn't really like competing. I mostly just preferred to do my own thing and just practice my own abilities and not have to compare to others. Entire Squiiji Fungi family is banned for playing Monopoly. It's true. They are banned. I'm not even allowed to play Monopoly because every once in a while, a little bit of them creeps out in me. Just a little bit. And I did, in fact, get banned from playing Monopoly when I was in college. But I banned my entire friend group from playing it with me because, honestly, I wouldn't have gotten really intense about it if they hadn't. Let me tell you, I was egged on. I cannot be held responsible. The only game I'm still very competitive about is Uno. Yeah, I love Uno. But I'm not really that competitive about it. I just like to brag that I'm really good at it. We haven't played Uno Beyond. We still haven't played Uno Beyond at Otakon. We did play Uno at Otakon, but we should find a way to play it now after, potentially. I love Uno. Uno is so fun. I love it. Girl Scouts might be considered a business sport. Oh my god, I was also a Girl Scout. Once upon a time, if you'd believe it, I was a girl in past tense. And I did participate in that, and yeah, they really did make the cookie selling so competitive. And we never did that well. My troop, we lived somewhere that was very low income, so we really weren't able to, like, door to door sell cookies very well. And we'd sell, like, at the Acme or things like that, but as I said, very low income areas we lived in, and people don't have a lot of spending money to spend on $7 cookie. It's a lot. Is there a wide mouth pointing meme? What are you pointing at, Hushi? Why are you pointing? Very kind, such a good sport in playing games with my friends, no yelling ever. That's how I am with every other game other than Uno, which I'm still kind. The Otakon crewmates can confirm that I'm not crazy. I'm very relaxed about playing games. I'm goofy. I'm not super competitive, but that's how I'm about every other game. Monopoly does bring out the worst of, I think, my whole family, but it's okay. Oh, Sai dear, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Hey, crewmates. Rotate at them. Hi. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we are going to be, this is a good segue because we didn't talk about what we're doing today yet. Today we're going to be looking at a community art challenge. The results, we're doing a showcase. A couple months ago I had challenged the Shrewmates to design the worst characters they could imagine. And then this month I challenged them to fix those designs. So we're gonna take a look at those. But welcome inside your raid. How are you fellas? Also thank you mods for getting the shout out. If you guys aren't familiar, Sideear makes some really good science content. I lurk on Sideear not infrequently. I don't know if you know that I'm there, but I'm there. I might also be there as not Squiiji also, which might be why you don't know I'm there. But hi, Snoop. It's very neat. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? What did you guys do? I saw that on the game plan. It might have been another paper review coming up. Threatening? Yeah, you never know where I am at any point in time. I'm always watching. Oh, Mirrodin Wilt? Yeah. Thank you for following. Also, Nepenthes VT. Thank you for following too. Just yapping? Hell yeah. That's more or less what we've been doing here. We've been yapping about being competitive, being in sports. Some people like running, apparently. It couldn't be me. But we should move into the challenge at some point in time here soon, potentially. Just yapping, but science will be soon. Sideear, you are downloaded for the character design critique for a Monday. Once I have one more character in the folder, I have 2 folders that you're in. I have science-themed characters as a folder, and I have orange VTubers as a folder. I need one more person in each folder to do those crits. You're so close. You're almost there. So we'll get to that eventually, hopefully. Crystallic and Robert Brown, thank you guys for following too. I appreciate it. Yeah, also if you see, YouTube is rotating for you guys too, if you can see. That's how they rotate. They do little moon phases. I love that we came up with that. Who was it that came up with the moon phases? I can't remember. It was a long, long time ago. So close yet so far. Oh, you can say it's a peer review. Oh, I am peer reviewing the model. I have a shroom fact. We did just mention this earlier, but for Sideears fellas, I also have a science degree. I have a degree in organic chemistry. Also, on top of my art degree. And I did do a little bit of science writing, not a ton. Usually my colleagues were like, hey, can you make graphs for me? Can you make infographics for me? Can you illustrate this concept that I need for my paper? And I was like, sure, I'll do it, sure. So I do have some illustrations and a number of diagrams and things throughout a number of research papers, but I do have a published paper on the synthesis of a couple of organic pigments. So I'm in there. I know a little bit about this realm as well, which is intriguing. Sideear's not allowed into a wet lab, almost killed 30 people. Let me tell you, science people are really superstitious. I was not allowed in the A-Chem lab for analytical chem because the mass spec hated me. The mass spec despised me. If I was in the room, it wouldn't connect to the software, it would give errors, it would do all kinds of stupid nonsense. But literally the moment I would leave, it would go back to working normally. So all of the OChem students just banned me from going in that room. I was just not permitted. They did not allow it because they were so superstitious. I don't know what it was, but yeah, that one particular machine did not like me. The others were fine. So I was only allowed in that room if nobody was trying to use the mass spec. But it was such an ordeal. Old Rave Keeper, Robert Brown, and Ocnus, thank you guys for following also. Don't talk about the chlorine gas incident of 09. One of my printmaking professors accidentally created chlorine gas trying to clean things in a studio once. And I had to grab him by the shoulders and shake him gently and say, please do not mix miscellaneous compounds that you don't know what will be created from the byproducts of. Ferrous chloride, under no circumstances, should be in any capacity something that should be producing chlorine gas, unless you do a couple of really specific things to it, like pour other chemicals in it. Don't do it. Don't put other chemicals in your ferrous chloride, those of you who do Intalio. It's not something I would recommend. So while I didn't do that, I know how that goes. Right, thank you for following too. A person accidentally made a chlorine gas at a hotel somewhat recently via the pool. Chlorine gas is strange because it's It's not easy to make, but it's also not the worst to make. It's not hard to make. I could go into my kitchen right now and make chlorine gas if I really wanted to. I believe I have the only things I would need to do it. I'm not going to tell you how to do it because that would be not responsible of me. But I could do it. Not that I'm going to. I will not violate the Geneva Convention. I won't do it willingly. Billy knows the professor who I was talking about who accidentally made chlorine gas, though. Oh, but side here, if you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and eating, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're more than welcome to. But I would prefer you prioritize looking after yourselves. Take care of your health, please. Yeah. Wait, gonna quickly lurk and cry in the shower? Selma, are you okay? What's going on? Are you alright? What's happening? I hope you feel better. Minorly concerning things. I will give you hearts as well. Meanwhile, where's my heart? There, here's my heart. Bad art times? Oh, yeah, I know how that goes, Selma. I wish you better art times. Not every day is a good art day, let me tell you. I have bad art days at least once, if not twice a week. Do not feel bad. They are not in any way something that determines your skill as an artist or generally where you are as an artist or your worth as an artist. Don't let them get to you. I have days where my hand just fully decides it is not showing up to the party. It happens not infrequently. What if they last like a month? Let me tell you, the final month I was in grad school, I created no art. None. Because I just couldn't get the hand to work, I couldn't get the brain to work. They were just like not friends. If it is lasting more than like a week or a month, then there may be some other mental block or something else going on that is limiting you. You may just be psyching yourself out at that point also. And there may be other things you can do to try and pull back from it. Yeah. Had one last 3 months, 0 art, it was crazy. Yeah, you can have artist blocks or artist struggles or just bad art days that turn into bad art weeks or months. But I promise there are ways you can come back from them. Don't take it out on yourself too hard, please. Yeah. Should I, at this point in time, maybe I should direct us into art at the very least, maybe. Every day's a bad art day when you can't art to begin with. Hey, that's not true. That's not true. There is no one on this planet of Earth that cannot art. All of you can. Thanks and sorry for derailing convo? No! No sorry's allowed. Not permitted. You're not allowed to apologize, Selma. I revoke the ability. I don't permit it. You're not allowed. No. It's a good conversation to have. I am so strong of a believer of the fact that we have to be kind to ourselves as artists. We should treat ourselves with the kindness that we would treat others as artists as well. And I think that every single person has it within them to be an artist. Whether or not you think that you have those skills, all it takes is a little practice. If you're down on yourself, you won't allow yourself the opportunities to experiment and try things and just have fun with it, because that is why art is rewarding and that is why art is worth doing, is because it's fun. So don't do the things you don't like to do. If you don't like doing line art or think you're bad at doing line art, if you're not doing it for a living, if you're not doing it as your job or as your full-time job, anything like that, don't do line art. Do something else. Swap the word line art with any other thing. There's many things you can do. You gotta find what route makes art enjoyable for you, what makes it fulfilling to you. And don't give yourself a hard time if you're having trouble with it. Sometimes it does take a little bit of analytical ability to say, okay, what things do I not like about what I'm doing right now? How can I avoid doing them in the future? How can I improve on myself so that way I'm not feeling this way going forward? You know, if you're thinking, oh man, I really can't draw the things I wish I could draw and it's because my anatomy isn't quite right. Maybe instead of trying to create finished works, you just go on a speed run of, all right, this month all we're doing just nothing but figure drawing practice. We're gonna do a bunch of croquis, we're gonna do a bunch of just like little figure drawing practices. No finished work, just figure drawing. So that way you can level up that skill and then come back to your regular drawing and be like, oh, wow, look at that. Yippee! Yeah. Let me scroll up. I did positive rant there a little bit for a second. What if I'm a sentient moss? I'm a sentient mushroom. Anything I can do, you can do, I'm sure. I don't doubt it for a second. Please let me say sorry, the folks at work and friends won't let me anymore? That tells me that there may be a trend developing here. Selma. You can say sorry, but only for things that require saying sorry about. You haven't done and even made any transgressions here, so you don't need to say sorry to us, but you can say sorry in other circumstances. It is permitted in certain points in time. So, why don't I? It is now my usual 30 minutes of yap to start a stream. Why don't we step into maybe looking at some of our Zero-chan redesigns? Also, I should take roll, but I will open up my rubric, and then we will take roll once I have the rubric open. Let's see. This is a segue. Very professionally done, I'm sure. Let's see. Also, I did a bunch of, like, rearranging housekeeping. I had an extra hour today that I didn't think I would have. And I got a lot done. Sometimes an hour can be incredibly powerful. Let's see. What rubric chan are we going to use today for... I guess we'll continue using my rubric chan because that's who I've used all week. There we go! Let's... Yep, okay, hang on. I want, actually... Yeah, I want this one. There we go. E.g. of the power hour. I am powerful, but only for an hour a day. My power wanes after that hour, and it isn't quite what it could be before that hour, but yeah, I do get a good power hour of the day. Love your channel, thank you. New VTuber, do you have any tips on my first video? My main tip, just do it. Just do it. Do it. Put something out there. That's my main tip. My secondary tip, zooms myself back out, sorry for approaching you so quickly. Secondary tip is find something if you're going to try and figure out a topic for your first video, find something that you are passionate about. Don't make it about something that you think will become popular. Don't make it about something that you're following a trend about. Any of those. Make it something you're passionate about, because your passion is what is going to get people interested in that topic, and especially if it's a niche, you'll find other people who are within that same niche as well who can share your passion. That's my quick thing there. Hang on, what was that? Woo-wow. Would you like to do Fiam first? Because they have to head out in 30 minutes. Ah, yes, we can, for sure. Yes, we can do that. I will hunt you down first. Don't worry. So, here is our rubric, which we're going to use to grade the redesigns that have been made of the Zero-chans. The Zero-chans were designed with the intent of just being straight down this category here, with varying success. Hello, where's my hand? Hello? Oh, we're doing small floating hand again. Can we not do small floating hand? It'd be cool if we didn't. There we go. We were hoping for Zero-chans to be straight down this row. We were intending for the Zero-chans to have color palettes with horrible low contrast and terrible clashing colors, silhouettes that were totally blob-like and non-distinct, either really, really over-designed or too generic to the point that they just aren't visually interesting, focal points that are just anywhere and everywhere other than the face, and concepts that are totally unclear. However, today, the Shrewmates have redesigned the fellows who were in these categories with the intent to push them as close to this category as we could. So, this is my rubric. We intend to use this rubric to critique designs and stay as objective as possible in those critiques. Also, to remain as unbiased as we can, to reduce as much bias sneaking in as possible. The goal for today's designs is to have a color palette that is cohesive, interesting, well executed, have a silhouette that makes the character easily identifiable just based on that alone, to have the level of complexity be something where I'm not incredibly overwhelmed, yet is still something where we can have enough fun little detail to feel like there's pizzazz and unique elements to a design. We want the focal points to be in the face, primarily. Secondarily can be elements that relate to the concept of the character. And finally, we want concepts that are clearly presented in the design visually, meaning I should be able to determine the character's personality, what their theming is based on, if they have any motifs, what their occupations are, if they're any kind of animal, all of those things. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get to all of those. Are people afraid there's a new mod? Has fear been struck into your heart? Chat's calmer? Yeah, I will say, much, much calmer today than it was yesterday. We had a very crazy day yesterday, and I'm not going to lie to you, I was a little overwhelmed. I loved my time in Limbus Company, but those were my craziest 3 streams I think I've ever had. And it was a lot for me to digest. Very different from my usual. Don't mess with Pokemon fans were annoying. I don't think you guys are annoying. It wasn't that anyone was particularly annoying. It was more so just quantity. I've said before, I kind of like the scale of where we are now, where I like being somewhere where I can read every message more or less. Like, granted, I do still miss a lot, but I like the community size that I have. I like being able to see what everyone has to say. I hate missing things. I feel so bad. I like seeing what's going on. And yesterday, it was impossible to keep up with everything that was going on. And because I have that mentality, it was really hard for me to do the multitasking. So I really wanted to read everything, but there just isn't time for that, unfortunately, when there's that much happening. So, like, I'm not against growing larger as a community, but I like that we're a little bit more, like, personal here. I would say, like, I like that I can more or less be familiar with all the names that I see. Like, I know who the regulars are, and I like that. And I'm not saying it wouldn't be that way also if things changed, but it was a bit chaotic. Yeah, no, don't worry. Phantoms are called sleeper agents. The sleeper agent thing was really funny to me. Don't worry. It was just funny. The number of times I couldn't figure out that was what was happening. So I am enjoying that we're a little bit calmer today. It's a nice reprieve. I don't mind it. Someday we'll go back. But I'm taking my breather now. Have we done call? No, we've not done roll yet. Let me take a roll now, and then we'll start with Fiamestra's Zero-Chan Redesign. Let's see, let me scroll back to make sure I get everybody who was here today. There we go. Seedle Say, Peanut Bun, Bugs, Kiwi Sagas. Also, if you would like to check in for class, we have a 1-point channel point redeem on Twitch, and you can just wave or say here on YouTube to check in for class. Melkor, Mad Buns, Bun Bun Cow, Moon Bunny, Southern Lights, Edward, Sanizum, Alive, Eraser Cap, Riraku, Yo, Chili, Lemia. Let's see. Oh, I see you guys tossing them at me now. Remembering to check in. Billy, Almantas, Panda, Chokorama, Nocturne Deer, Amber, Nabari, Diafiora, Sarah May Wordy, Ueri Very, Sideear, Rex, Angel Kitty, Creed and Garbage, Nilo, Crystallic. Or is it Crystallic? The Milky Way! Fruit Purrin! Hello! YouTube Bellas! I see also Game Loser, Callie, Almi, Roy! Yeah, EG is a teacher, yes. Class is just what the stream is, because I am a teacher, so I say we're doing roll call every day. Except the days I forget, in which case, if you didn't attend class, it's fine! Also, attendance is not mandatory. You attend when you can and when you want to and when you are able to. Don't worry, there's no... It will not affect your grade if you don't have perfect attendance. Also, if you're late for class, don't worry. The shroommates arrive precisely when they intend to, and we welcome you in at any time you come in. Anytime you're here. Hi, Order of Symphony! Haven't seen your streams in 5 ever? Well, welcome back. We're happy to have you here again. Hi, Bugs! Is the stream the class? Kind of, technically. Potentially. Amber? Return to life? Oh. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. Can't wake up. I'm not even trying to sing that in remotely correctly because I don't want it to bonk me, but Amber needs to be woken up inside, it appears. Or maybe Amber was woken up inside and the internet came back. Save me! Call my name! Okay, let's grab Fia's. So what I'm going to be doing here is I will be grabbing both the original art and the new art so that we can compare them and see if the original intent, I guess, or some of the origin of the design was preserved. Let's see. Meow, scrolling up to find Fia. Yeah! Oh, Fia, you did realities! Perfect. Hang on. Grab that. Bang. There we go. Perfect. And then I can split screen it. Let me grab realities also. Zero-Chan Redemption arc? Yeah, more or less that is what this is, isn't it? Let me see. It might take me a second to find these designs. I would have been really smart if I would have downloaded them in advance, but I did use that hour instead for something else. Here we go. I don't remember off the top of my head what these designs got originally. There we go. I don't remember what the Zero-Chans got as a grade originally because I do believe only like 1 or 2 of them actually fully, truly got a 0. Not very many. So I can't remember if this one did or did not. But I remember that Iris had a 0. So I got a 2.5. Design, I did get a 3 out of 10. Okay, so you guys probably know what your own got. You guys probably know what your own design got. So, oh my god, look at this. So I'm gonna read the original text, which is that Reality said, hopefully this will get at least close to a 0 mark. Fia said about this one, I did Reality Foxes. I love this design, I won't lie, before and after. I ended up pushing Sculptor very hard. I went back to the VOD for ideas. I think I stuck with the OG pretty well. I would agree! I can tell that this is a reference to this. You've preserved a lot of the important elements while clarifying so much about what's going on. So we have, yeah, a little bit of a sculptor motif. I can tell that you're at least some way aligned as an artist because we have like sort of like a draping over the shoulder element that we tend to associate either with the ancient Greek or with the statues that are Greek or Roman. Draped fabrics we associate with being a sculptor. You also have your little masonry tools here in the pocket. Hang on. Woo, with the hammer and the brush. I think this is probably some sort of sandpaper or file maybe. Also, the fact that there's 4 arms, I don't even remember if I noticed that in the original version. There are 4 arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's so neat. It's cool. 4 arms is good for just everything probably, but good for silhouette. The hair redesign also, the fact that you took big, round, lumpy hair and turned it into a long braid, which A, good for silhouette, B, good for not obstructing the silhouette of the rest of the body. You preserved mostly the silhouette of the original dress, added a little bit of the paint and other colors that were spilled onto this version of the design in this like sash that's across the body. Wow, this is really like 1-to-1. Similar necklace bands, similar little bracelets around the wrists, but you added so much specificity to it too by adding the little cuffs at the collars, specific kind of ruffles at the bottom of the dress. The belts feel more particular now with how they're tied and draped. Interpreting the horns as going around the ears is rather interesting. The collar is almost reminiscent of a mosaic. There's so many good things going on here. What the heck? This is so neat. Yeah, multiple arms is very interesting to manage. How designs like this work in 3D is absolutely a mystery to me, but it works as well as possible right now. It's working visually in 2D right now, which is fantastic. This is so lovely. This is fantastic. Just got off work. May eventually use a points redeem to send the sewing 0 chat? Points redeem to send it? What do you mean? Are you gonna skip the line for for your sewing 0 chan? That is intriguing. Dare say they cooked? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is so fun. The fact that you also preserved the original color palette so closely, yet added so much interest to it is fantastic. I will say the one area that I'm a little bit still unsure about the grade 4 is focal point on this one. Just because, as much as there is more detail around the face, which does make the face relatively focal, the bag still being the darkest element in the design is just a little distracting. So I don't know. But here, let's grade this one. Let's see how close to a 10 we got on this. Silhouette, fantastic. No notes. Lovely. Hang on, multiply layer. No notes. Beautiful. Fantastic. Lovely. 1 earring for subtle asymmetry, the crossbody sash for subtle asymmetry, and the bag. Beautiful. Asymmetry doesn't have to be crazy or over the top. It can be really nice and natural. It's lovely. Not much different in 3D. It makes you take a lot of care about not making it too top heavy. Yeah, I'm saying this as a 3D modeler too, where I'm like, man, how would I attach the shoulders? Oh, also here I got you. It's critique is the thing they're looking for potentially. If you're looking for a VTuber design critique, that's how you do it. But if you are looking for the thing we're currently doing right now, these are extra credit designs that we are critiquing. Not really critiquing. I would say we're not really critiquing them. We're more so showcasing them. Short of it is 2 collarbones. That is wild. This is gonna get us back into our discussion of how centaurs work and where their rib cages go. TBH, I'm absolutely looking at the face. Really? Fellas, where are you all looking? I end up being a little bit distracted looking here, but are you guys going to the face first? I feel like the face is definitely a focal point, but I'm not certain it is the focal point, you know? What are your thoughts? Skirt colors. Oh, yeah, this piece of red might be just a little bit distracting. Face because of the yellow. That's true. The gold is a little bit striking. Braid, then the red. Colors on the dress. Okay, so it seems like the focal point is varying a decent bit here. But for complexity versus clarity, I think I am able to discern the edges of most parts of the design. The hair is merging a little bit with this part of the shoulder, but that's not too big of a deal. The hair and skin tone, despite being very similar still, just as they were in the original design, do have enough steps of value between them that I can see the difference clearly enough. Limework does a good job at trying to flow towards the face. Color contrast there could be pushed. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. For making the face more focal. Or if this red color, instead of being down here at the bottom of the skirt, I know that in this one, the colors are only on the bottom. We could have taken this red color and put it on the upper part also maybe, just so that there's more upper half focus happening from that. But if you do notice, level of detail gets much higher once we hit here. Let me do a little ladder test here real quick too. Just for fun, because I forgot to do ladder tests the entirety of yesterday. I think I was so overwhelmed that I just forgot that that was a thing that I do, which is something I forget anyways. I often forget the ladder test anyways. But I think yesterday especially, I was like, ah! The entire time. And these lines are all diagonal, so I can add those. I'm going to assume that if the arm was straight, these lines would probably be somewhere like that. I don't really know how I draw the line for the way it's cutting across the body here, but there should be a line there for that. Bottom of the collar, like top edge of the collar. Hang on. Come on. Ooh, chin. And horns. Ear line. Eye line. And sort of hairline. Braids. And then top of head. Shoemates, do you want to climb this ladder? Is that something you would be willing to do under any circumstance? In real life with your real human or mushroom feet? Ow. Ouchie. I don't even think this is possible. They're just ladder? What ladder? Ladder? What, where? I don't really actually even see a ladder. I don't think this qualifies as a ladder. You're right, Edward. Just a big gaping hole here in the body. And even if I hadn't drawn, I guess the sleeves do go across. Hang on, I think I drew the sleeves not going all the way across when they should. This should go all the way across, and this should go all the way across. But I fear that that doesn't make this any more climbable. This right here, nightmare. Do a weird hop up using that one side? I guess so, but that wouldn't really be very safe, would it? Yeah, this seems really dangerous, which is exactly what we want. Exactly what we want. Yeah, calling a ladder would be a stretch for sure. Lovely. Level of detail here. There's a lot of specificity in the way that you've designed the collar, the way that you've designed the ends of the sleeves with the little bracelets on them. It's so cute. Looks like a level from a Rage game. With a ladder, maybe. Mindset change for this. Yeah, we just gotta consider it something other than a ladder, maybe. Color palette. It's so close. I think I agree in that I wish that, if anything, maybe one of these colors was more around the face, or that the red was moved somewhere up. The colors themselves are fine as choices, though. Oh, it's like tough to grade. Hang on. Badly done ladder in woodworking class would fail, but this is art class, so it passes. That's true. This is a conceptual interpretation of a ladder. This is an abstraction of a ladder. I think the only color I adjusted was the skin tone, honestly. Really? It is really surprising how sometimes proportioning is really all it takes to make a color palette work. I can actually, let's see. Is that? Oh my god, it is. They are exactly the same colors. Reality, you did a good job designing a color palette despite your best attempts at making one we wouldn't like. It's pretty dang good. It's pretty dang good. I feel like there's something about the hair color which is just slightly unpleasant, which might be because you pulled it from the original one. Something about the undertone makes it feel just like a little bit sickly. So I might put it there, but this is so close. And then conceptually, I have no question about what's going on here. I completely understand your intentions with the design. It's lovely. It's got like the exact amount of detail. You preserved the overall personality of this character very well, and all of the elements came back. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. OG is harder to look at because of the background. Probably also. I think Reality did that on purpose to try and make it, like, harder on our eyeballs. But 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. Mwah, fantastic. 8.5 out of 10 is more than high enough as a grade to be a successful character design. You got an 85%. That is a B+. Lovely. Good job! Can we get a round of applause both for Reality, for the original design, and also for Fia, for the redesign? They're so lovely. They're so cute! Good job! Good, good. Does it have to be full body and bad at anatomy? Not inherently. You can draw whatever amount you would like. You can draw TV. You don't even have to draw, like, you can draw a creature if you don't draw people. There's many ways you can interpret this. I want you to have as much freedom as you can if you are drawing things, if you would like. Time to eat. Enjoy your food. Welcome back, Tilly. Let's see who is next. Oh, time to eat art. That's true. Oh, yum, 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 yum. Delicious, yummy, fantastic. Wait. Brief segue. Brief segue, if you'll allow it. Will we allow it? I have so many more mods who can jingle keys at me now. If we'll allow a brief segue into just a brief food. Just one food that I would like to poll for an opinion on. I want to poll for an opinion on a food. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to poll the opinion on it. Yes, food. Let's go. Okay, let's see. I'm going to poll. We're going to poll. Right, well, the mod council has allowed it for this moment. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness, mod panel, for allowing me this. Okay. Hang on. Okay. I gotta copy and paste this over to YouTube and then you can see what it is that's going on. I'm not gonna tell you my thoughts about this until the poll is over. I just wanted to see. Power of copy and paste. Oh, I'm making this much harder than it needs to be. I forget that I have a hotkey for copy and paste on my drawing tablet. There we go. Go. You have the next 5 minutes while I grab the next design to tell me your thoughts on cottage cheese. Teacher, I'll have to take sick leave in a bit. 2% phone. Oh, 7, it is A-okay. Charge your phone. You'll be missed, but it's okay. Don't worry. I've never had it on my own. Really? Someone called Liam? Who's Liam? I don't know who Liam is. Does Liam have strong feelings about cottage cheese? I'll tell you my thoughts on cottage cheese. Also, hello? Hello? Were my closed captions not working yesterday? I feel like I've only glanced up to see...
Hey, what's up, you all gamers? It's
Hi.
your boy Gary, and
Hi,
listen, it's cool and all that we got a bunch of new mods, but you don't need them to do key jingling when I myself can do it. Look
Oh?
at this. COSCHK, 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 COSCHK.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. I love the random attempts. We try so hard to make Gary say sound effects, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it does not. Sometimes he just reads the letters, but it's so funny. Thank you for attempting to jingle your keys at me, Gary. Don't worry, I was allowed to be off topic this time, though. I'm permitted. Liam does have strong opinions. Who is Liam? Can you tell me who Liam is? Cottage cheese man Liam? I might have to Google what this is. On a dessert, cottage cheese is good, but on anything else, it's icky. Oh, I guess that's another question on top of that, which is cottage cheese. Cottage cheese, do we like it savory or sweet? If we do like it, that would be my secondary question for it, what your thoughts on it are. I'm intrigued to see. So it seems like on YouTube, only good with stuff and what are the two common results. People not know what cottage cheese is? A lot of people don't know what cottage cheese is. Cottage cheese is... Actually, I don't even know what it is. What is cottage cheese? I'm Googling. What is... I don't want to describe it wrongly. Cottage cheese is a fresh cheese made from acid coagulated milk curds. Type of fresh cheese with mild flavor and a creamy, heterogeneous,
Okay, that last
soupy
time
texture.
didn't work so well, so here. Have you? Kashik shik shich kashik shich kashich kashik kashich.
Gary, it sounds like you're cursing. Please watch your mouth, young man. But that was more of a sound effect. Don't make me put soap in your mouth. Don't do it. Sounds so American. Is it American? Is it American? I don't know if cottage cheese is especially American. Savory cottage cheese, can't eat it alone. Need at least pepper. Oh, pepper. Huh. Cottage cheese on fruit with some cinnamon, yummy? Yeah, okay, so it seems like people are kind of split. Not American. Yeah, I didn't think it was especially an American thing. But it seems like a lot of people aren't familiar with it, and it seems like a lot of people don't like it. It's amazing, I'll die on this hill. Taking your points, that one worked well enough and was funny. There we go, fair. Salt and pepper cottage cheese goes hard. Cottage cheese and sauces makes it good. Made in ancient Mesopotamia. Whoa! So we are in the Americas. Oh wait, no, false. That's not true. Mesopotamia is not in the Americas. For some reason, my brain autofilled with the Maya. The Maya were in the Americas. Mesopotamia is not in. I immediately said that and was like, that's wrong. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry. You focus on science, not geography. No, I can't be my sister though. My sister, Sister Shroom, thought that Egypt was in South America until she was in high school. I know my geography, I swear! I'm an art history minor. I know where that is. I know better. I goofed it up. My brain, for some reason, despite seeing the word Mesopotamia, read that as the word Maya. Whoops. Varian here, mouth say this. Wait, what was that? Exactly. This happens to me more often than I care to admit, where I know what I want to say, but my mouth gets ahead of me and just says the complete wrong thing, or I just interpret something completely wrong despite knowing what the actual interpretation is supposed to be. Ah. Sister Shroom, what? No, yeah. I think she was in AP Human Geography when she finally found out. I think the problem was that she thought the Amazon and the Nile were the same river, and she knew that they were both really big, long rivers. God love her. I need you to know that she's incredibly smart also. It was just one of those things where she just like goofed it up, unfortunately. I don't know how it happened. American school system, everybody, mayhaps. Gotta be in denial about that, yeah. D-Amazon and denial, you're right. It's okay, it happens. Yeah, okay, so the poll, Icky and What won on Twitch, and then on YouTube, Yummy tied with good stuff, but a third of the YouTube fellas also said What. How do so few of you know what cottage cheese is? You should try cottage cheese. Let me tell you, now I'll tell you my thoughts on cottage cheese. Let me tell you. I was a cottage cheese hater for most of my life because Shrew Mom used to make us cottage cheese when we were little kids, when we were like in elementary school as part of like lunch or stuff on weekends. And we hated it. It was gross. She just like gave it to us straight. We hated it. We despised it. Like the texture was like weird and like slimy. We did not like it. We were not fans. But recently, my sister has been on sort of like a health kick, is like trying to get more protein in her diet. And cottage cheese has a lot of protein in it, and it's very popular to use as a replacement for certain things like sour cream or other things. And she was like, hey, I know you hated this as a kid also. I know it. Try it again. Put things in it. Don't eat it straight. Put things in it. Try these recipes. Here's some recipes. Try them. They will be really good and you will enjoy them. And she was so right. I am so glad I gave cottage cheese a second chance because, let me tell you also, I think just by the fact that I'm older now, I have a more refined palate, maybe, at my aged form of mid-20s, where I just eat it straight and it tastes fantastic. I love it. I can eat it straight. I did eat it with fruit. We have everything bagel seasoning, which is also very good with it. You should try it. Fellas who think it's icky and gross, I don't know how to help you because I don't know what made me stop hating it. Because I ate it straight once before and tried it again now, and I like it. I don't know what changed. I don't know how I got to liking it. But yeah, having it with like fruit might be good. Savory and sweet do seem to be like two different ends of how to eat it. Jubby is very perturbed and disturbed and scared of the idea of having cottage cheese with sweet things. But I have to keep reminding Jubby that it's like cream cheese. Cream cheese is a thing that we put in pasta, but it's also a thing that we put in cheesecake. Like, it's a really neutral cheese. It's very creamy, so it can go both ways. It's not inclined to one end or the other, and that little bit of salt it has in it can be good for fruits and stuff. I don't know. Liam's a funny health influencer that tries viral healthy recipes, has a strong opinion that cottage cheese shouldn't be in sweet stuff. Wait, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. He's the guy. Oh, I don't know how to describe him. He's got like spiky brown hair, I think. I see him on TikTok from time to time. He's always testing recipes, right? I think that's the guy. Yes? Okay. Yeah. I have some of his recipes that he has tested saved. I forgot that he was A, named Liam, and B, I didn't realize that's who you were possibly talking about. The cottage cheese is what I tasted, then I would recommend it with sour cream and a tablespoon of sugar. Interesting. Sour cream and sugar. I tell you why. Usually when I clock a person who has English as their second language is 90% of the time, the names of food are their blind spots. Oh, that's why people don't know what it is. Ah, that makes sense. I don't know what to call it otherwise to describe it to you, but it's like lumpy little bits of cheese floating around in like a creamy sauce, almost. That makes it sound gross. I don't know what to actually call it, but yeah. We also straight up do not have cottage cheese here, even after Googling. Lance, I'm so sorry for your loss. 07. Don't worry, we will mail you some cottage cheese and that will go over amazingly well. I'm sure that cottage cheese will survive in the mail. Like teeny tiny mozzarellas and a yogurty milk sauce. Yes, that's a better way of putting it, I think, Chili. Yeah. Yes. Apparently you can make it yourself. Making cheeses myself is a little bit uncanny to me, but I've made mozzarella before. It's doable. Tub is $4 here. Yeah, the tub that I have was $2 at the Aldi. Worthwhile, let me tell you. But I brought that up because that's what I was eating before I went live. I was just like, just slamming a bunch of cottage cheese. Should I send an image and live suggestions for the visual learner? Sure, go for it. USS Aldi? Yes, it does, and it is my savior. I can get a full cart of groceries for like $200 as opposed to the $400 that it was taking Joby and I before. But yes, Amber is so right. That was my segue about cottage cheese that I really needed to have. Now we're back in it. We're back at it. Zero chance. $400? Yeah, I mean, Joby and I go grocery shopping once a month for two people, and Joby is 6'2" and like eats like somebody who is 6'2". So we go through a lot of food. Can you character design cottage cheese? We could. Theoretically. We'll discuss at the end of the stream our next extra credit ideas. So we'll see. I was supposed to, while you guys were doing that poll, pull up the next 0 to 100 redesign, and I didn't. So the next completed one was by Lemia, who recreated the same one I recreated. I made two. Lemia recreated, I believe this is Ren's. Yeah. Ren's design. Ren made a very cute Lolita styled adjacent, but really incredibly low contrast design. Oh, there were so many of these that I wanted to do them for also. I had such a hard time choosing which ones to redesign. And I even started a third one, but I didn't have time to finish it. Here we go. So this one, I think Lemia was aware too, ended up straying a little bit more from the original source. So here we can see the original Zero-chan by Ren. A very, very specifically used contrast gradient on the top of this design in order to make it fully incomprehensible to us what is happening. But concept, flower mage whose power is imbued in her earring, which if we zoom in on this one, there is no earring even present. I am willing to bet this was one of the Zero-chans that scored pretty low in places other than color palette. Like, the color palette is still at least somewhat pleasing. I guess this was probably, like, in the 1 zone, maybe. But look at this one! Look how cute! This one definitely goes a little further away from the initial design. I saw you say, got carried away and forgot to make it recognizable. That's okay! That's fine! That is A-all-okay. Do not worry about it, because it's so cute! The fact that you were feeling inspired to draw something is what is important here. And she's so cute. her little pigtails. Oh, they feel like little flowers. They're so cute. Giving her like a little top layer to her skirt that's like leaves. Even the like tops of her sleeve ruffles become flower buds in some capacity. Oh, the fluffs and the frills. You gave her the classic like magical girl silhouette with her staff. Oh, her silhouette is so good. Yeah, the vines creeping up from her shoes on her stockings. Oh, she is so sweet. She is so cute. I genuinely, for realsies, actually want this as a character design in like a magical girl anime or something. This is so endearing. She is so cute. So concept, and look at her flower earrings. We can tell that she's got her power in her flower earrings. Look at it. Ah! She's so cute. So immediately right out the gate, full points on concept. You nailed it. I can tell exactly what you're going for in the design. And she maintained her super upbeat, cute personality too. Oh, after my own heart. She's so cute. For color palette, the color choices are lovely. The fact that you broaden the palette beyond monochromatic pink by adding some greens and some yellows is good. This is such an interesting palette too. We've got cooler pinks, we've got some warmer pinks. We've got a variety of saturations for the pinks. Yeah, pink and green is an absolutely elite combo also by the fact that they are kind of complementary colors. This is kind of a complementary palette almost. Because what is pink if not light red? Nothing. It is. Pink is just light red. So the color palette is very visually enjoyable. It's delicious, delectable, yummy. Full points. You know, it's so good, I'll even just do this in pink. Silhouette! Once again! Let's see, I don't know if I can do like an actual silhouette test here because she is on a gray background. But if I go, hang on, select color gamut. Yeah! Oop, hang on. Nope, hang on, wait, hang on, I got it. Yeah! I didn't get everything. But like, look at this silhouette. I would say just the hair itself makes this very clearly recognizable. But the big old ruffled skirt, the little flower earrings adding to the silhouette, the staff is really nicely designed. Little flowers at the end of her little top layer of skirt. She is so cute. Silhouette, lovely, fantastic, definitely recognizable. No question about it. I don't know what pink color I was using for this, but I'll go here. Different pink. Whoops, we'll have to live with it. It'll be okay. Zanny Soy, thank you for following. Oh wait, I do have closed captions. I was worried. It seemed like they were missing for a long while, but they are back. Everything is all right. Light red sounds so weird. Why? You don't think it's weird to say light blue or light green or light, insert any other color name here. Why is light red weird to say? Why? I think we've just gotten so used to calling it pink that we forget that it can be called other things, maybe. Corvus Scribe, thank you for following too. Curious thing about language and colors. Yeah, it really is. Hang on, where was I? Oh, focal point! So, for the focal point, clustering all of the highest saturated colors around the face really makes the face really focal. This area of the design, I don't want to look away from. It's so good. Yeah. CS colors are only what we call them, and once purple was no different than blue. That's true! We did develop a separate word to describe purple, because at one point in time, there wasn't a lot of variety in the blue and purple department that we were experiencing in nature, so we didn't need separate words for them. But now, with the color picker of infinite doom, we now have a billion colors that can exist. Yeah, the wine dark sea. Yeah. That's from, is that from the Odyssey? I feel like that is where it's from. Potentially. Chef's kiss? I know. Mwah. Beautiful. Lovely rose color. Good color choices also for the flower motif that's happening. But yeah, focal point. I'm looking her right in the face. I'm looking her right in the eye. I'm not looking away. The staff, because of level of detail, is a little bit distracting. But the staff, as we've said many a time, this is a prop. This is not part of the actual character itself. And the staff is telling us more things about the character's design. Yeah, she is kind of a peony personified. Oh, look at her. She is so cute. I'm looking her right in the face. And then as far as level of detail goes, I would love to see this as a marketable plushie. Can you imagine? Picture her right now, holding her in your hands. Close your eyes, do it right now. I can't do it because I have aphantasia, but you do it. That's why I'm making you do it, because I can't. But like, rotate her as a cute little 3D object in your mind that you're holding in your hands. She's so cute. because she has enough detail and specificity that we aren't having any trouble with her feeling generic, but at the same time, if we pared her down to the degree we'd need for a little plushie, the only thing that she would probably lose is the patterning on her legs, and that is it. That is all. She'd be so recognizable still, which is fantastic. Oh, you know what would have been smart is if I would have made a trophy that I could have awarded for this one. I gave trophies out for the 0 out of 10s. I should have made a 10 out of 10 trophy. Wait, hang on. Hang on, wait. Hang on. Is it in here? Yeah, hang on. Hang on, wait, I got it. Hang on. This is gonna work really well, I promise. Hang on. Yeah. I'm cooking now. Hang on. Renders gold in like 30 seconds flat. Hang on, we're speed running. There we go. And good, and okay, so hang on. Merge that onto there. Give this an outline that is the black color. Just really quick, hang on, give me that black color. Perfect. Fill that in there. Wait, that's too thick. Hang on. Pull it back. There. That's good. And now if I stick this in a folder, I can now give it the white outline that the other thing has too. Actually, wait, that might need one more. There. And now I can do a white outline too. There. There. Now I can award you with a trophy. My speed run. 0 ready to fight now. 0 is ready. Hang on, so this is the 10 trophy. I'll make like a real good 10 trophy some other day in the future. But for now, this will be our 10 trophy. Got one winner for 10 trophy. There we go. Yippee! It is with great pleasure that I award you the Redesign Trophy of 10. Good work! Can we get a round of applause, please? She is so cute! Round of applause in every way, shape, and form for Lemia. She turned out so great. This will go for a 0 to a 10. She may have gone from very close to 0, I think, to 10. So good work. You won! You did great! We're giving out multiple trophies, don't worry. There will be a couple of trophies perhaps given out. Thank you for participating, though. She is so lovely. I love her so much. Let's see who was next. Oh, it was me. I was next. Hang on, and I did the same one, which was really funny. Let's move this. Yeah, right there. I did the same 0chan. And I went a completely different direction with this. It's so interesting, isn't it? How with the same prompt and with the same basis, people can go from... We can get things that are this vastly different between the two of them. Here. Did we go over mine? Not yet, Zany. I'm going down the list in order. We're only on the 3rd one right now, but we're going quicker now that I'm focusing and paying attentions. I went a little crazy on this one. I completely over-rendered it, but that's okay. I was having fun and I was practicing some things for the way I want to draw these days. So here was mine. I wanted to challenge myself to do something that I don't normally do. If you've noticed the way that I design, I do not tend to, in any capacity, I do not tend to, I don't tend to design things that have a really high amount of detail. I don't really tend to design things that are very monochromatic. So, because I don't do those things, I did want to challenge myself to try those things here. Because I saw an opportunity for growth in myself and finding ways that I could make the motifs just a little bit clearer, make the silhouette a little bit clearer, in my intention. I'm gonna let you guys grade me though, because I'm not gonna grade myself. That's not fair. You guys can grade me. So what, if we're talking silhouette, really, I think my proportioning is what makes the silhouette in any way distinguishable. Man, I really should have had a version of this where the silhouette was easier to pull. But I just made the hair fluffier, I made the bow stick off the side of the head, and then I put shoes on her, so that way we can have shoe in the silhouette. I made her little leg warmers stick out a little bit more. Shoes with ribbons on the back of them. Her sleeves have that quilted pattern affecting their exterior shape. All of those things. What would you give me for silhouette? She is very asymmetrical, but she was always that way. Ladder test definitely passes. I would say so. I didn't ladder test her myself before, but we can do like a little ladder test of her right now. Let's see. Do I pass my own tests? I do not ever expect or intend myself to design things that are fully 10 out of 10s because sometimes that's not fun. Sometimes the heart wants to design what the heart wants to design. Let's see. So that's the bottom of the skirt, top of the skirt. Oh wait, there's like one here, and then there is one here, and then there's one here, and then there's one there, and then this one probably goes all the way across. The ribbon, the bottoms of the sleeves, oh boy, the top of the ribbon, the top of the shoulder area, if we were looking at the face straight on, the mouth would probably be one because it's bright, the eyes would be one, the bangs, the top of the bangs probably, and then the top of the ribbons is higher than the top of the bangs. Ladder! I don't think I'd want to climb this ladder. Honestly, I could have made this worse. I could have made more clustering around the head if I'm going to be, especially analytical about myself, potentially. Hair's carrying. Most of their shapes are pretty basic except the shoes. Don't want to give a half grade. Yeah, I did lose a lot of my bigger shapes when I was trying to have so many small details, but that's why I was practicing, where I am not sure how to design really maximalistic things. Clustering is nice. Yeah, I want clustering. Obligatory, I can climb that ladder. Lance, I'd like to see you try. I'd like to see you try. There's some asymmetry in it, which is good. Some clustering. These are kind of similar in width, as are these, though. So I don't know if I could give myself full points. Would we accept, like... Hang on, clear this out. Would we accept, like, this for silhouette? Where, yeah, the hair is kind of carrying the silhouette. The shoes are adding a little bit. I would say it's kind of recognizable. But the hair is still going to obscure a lot if it weren't for posing, and I probably could have pushed the shapes a little bit more. Perhaps. Do we concur? Do we agree? 7.5, I think, for silhouette. E.g., would it be correct to say that your style is kind of halfway to chibi? Kind of, yeah. I draw, like... I draw 5 heads tall creatures, just like me. I draw things with my proportions, generally, which is that heads are as wide as shoulders, shoes are really big. Which I guess is kind of chibi, but not really. I don't know, it's a strange position to be in for an art style, because I do also field a particularly odd amount of people thinking that I draw children as a result of the proportioning, but I feel like the way I design outfits and stuff like that should make it really abundantly clear that these are not children, this is just chibi. But I have gotten that as questions before, so I don't know. Strange position to be in, though. Shoes climbable isn't as important as torso or face being climbable. I mean, that's fair. The reason the shoes ended up being climbable is because there was a lot of repetition in this area from the sock layering, which I could have redesigned. But yeah, I think that's fair. For color palette, how do you guys feel about my color palette? I wanted to keep this as close to monochromatic as possible, but you'll notice I couldn't do it. Deep down inside in my heart, I was like, I need another color. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. It was driving me insane. I don't like designing monochromatic designs. I couldn't do it. Hair EGification. If you look everywhere, all of my secondary highlights are like green and blue. They're in the hair, it's on the skirt. I couldn't do it. If you want to avoid children, you make your head slightly smaller. Making the head smaller actually made them feel more like children. I'm not sure. Rendering makes it very muddy, but the face is focal because of the large amount of yellow. Yeah, I super over-rendered this one. That is a through and through self-critique. Way over-rendered. I got lost in the sauce. It happens. I spent incredibly too long on this and spent too long zoomed in on it. Not my best work, unfortunately, but that is okay. Blue helps. It would have been harder to read otherwise. It was really hard to read. I really struggled with this color palette. Chromatic aberration. Okay. What would you guys give me for color palette? What are your thoughts? What would your grade be for color palette? Out of 3. Out of 2 for 3 for points. 2 for points. Yeah, no, 2, not 3. Me forgetting my own rubric scale. I've only been using this rubric for over a year. Cotton candy out of 3. 1.5. I feel like it's muddy enough that I don't know if I would want to give myself a 1.5, but I might be being needlessly harsh on myself. As you said in another video, the skin tone could maybe be a bit darker. Maybe also. Am I being too harsh on myself if I give myself a 1? I might be. I might be grading myself in a way that I wouldn't grade others, but I feel like a 1 is fair here. The colors are nice in their choices, but I fear they don't have enough contrast and it's a little bit muddy in a way that I probably could have done better. For complexity versus clarity, actually wait. Would it be better to take points off? We could give here and then also take off points for complexity versus clarity, because I feel like the issue is more so in the clarity department than it is in the color choice department, mayhaps, where a lot of things not reading is coming from the fact that there's not enough contrast between them, or the color choices just weren't made with enough distance. Color's definitely the weakest point. Okay, so maybe I do leave. Whoops, hang on. If that is the case, I will leave this one here. Lowest category. One-ish is actually fair? Okay. 1. For complexity versus clarity, I think that missing a half point is also fair. The face is very focal for having less detail, so that is probably okay for focal point, and the yellow also being mostly in this region because I made the skin tone sort of yellow undertoned. So I feel like focal point could get full points. But as far as clarity goes, the detail is still too much. I think I went overboard still, if I were to say so myself. Concept and motifs. Flower mage whose power is imbued in her earring. Because of the way that I was rendering it, I had the worst time trying to make this earring in any way focal, but she has an earring, at the very least. For concept, I kept her very close to this rubric-chan and wanted her to have a very over-the-top stylization, but how many, what would you give me out of 2 for her concept? I think you can tell there's flower things happening. There's a lot of really small flowers in the patterning. Didn't notice she had a flower earring. Yeah, I kind of obscured it a little bit. That's why we're taking points off in certain places. I didn't nail it. I stylized the fluff to be flower petal-like. I put flower petals at the crux of a couple of these little, like, points in the fluff area. Oh, good night, bugs. See, flower theme don't really get mage. Ah, okay. That's fair. I see. Oh, wait. You know what's so silly? Hang on. You know what I didn't do? If I open the sketch, in the sketch, she's doing this pose because she had like an SFX that was like plants growing. Like a wispy, like magic plant thing, and I just completely forgot to do that. In the final render. I just completely forgot to give her the thing that she was supposed to have in her hand, which was supposed to clarify part of the mage angle. But I was more focused on the Lolita stuff. Whoopsie, that would have helped. So that's definitely not full points on concept, huh? Good work, EG. So what would we do for that? Is that maybe a 1? We've missed half the concept. Not as bad as Mio's forgetting the eyebrows. Happens to the best of us. I've also forgotten to give things eyebrows before. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? I think that sounds fair. Not my best work. Not my worst work. But I just wanted to draw something. Whoops, not 7.10. That's not correct. I mean, still seems magical girl. Yeah, I did give her the magical girl silhouette a little bit and vibes, but I fear I didn't sell the mage angle, and I could have made the flower aspect a larger part of her silhouette. Right now, it's all in the small details. If I plushified her, we'd lose all of the floral details, probably. That's okay, though. I see you guys clapping for me. Thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate you clapping for me. I'm glad I could participate. I have another design also in here that we'll look at that I think I actually did better on because I worked on it faster. Fanny is next. Would be a great plush. She'd be a really, really incredibly detailed plush, perhaps. Stick a wand or that VFX in her hand and it might get there. Yeah, I can see the angles where this could have been better, and even like as I was finishing it, I was like, I know how I could make this better. I just didn't have the time at that point in time to do it, and I'd already spent way too long on it, so I was like, this is good enough. Because sometimes, done is better than perfect. Take it from me. Next we have, this is Bonnie's redesign of Lemia Zero-chan. So Lemia Zero-chan is in the corner of it already, but I'm gonna pull up Lemia's zero chan a little bit larger. So we can see it. I love the added angle you gave to her. Lamia said, all right, here's my attempt at zero chan. This hurt to do. What? There we go. Stick you over there. The silhouette is such a surfboard. Magor! Yeah! Whole time I was making her, I felt like a proud adoptive parent. I think you should feel proud. I think you did fantastic. Hang on, what did you say about it when you submitted it? Finished my redesign of Lamia Zero Chan. I hope it didn't run off with additional themes too much. No! I think the additional theming is fantastic here. I think that you saw an opportunity to add more to it and did fantastically. I don't remember what grade this initially got, but it is low contrast, and the silhouette is something. Man, it is something. But you so cleverly added other theming in a way that adds to the silhouette. It's so cute. So you added horns, so now she is a sheep or something that has cloven hooves at least, and interpreted that as the way that the feet were working down here. You gave her a longer scarf or a wider scarf around her waist. You put patterning on the bottom edge of her skirt. You gave her a nice woven little, what do you call it? Like, not poncho, but just like a woven top? Shawl? Shawl is probably the word. Oh, she's so cute. You added the accessory that was once around her neck to the top of her head so that we have more detail clustered up here for making the head more focal. The fact that you gave her a little blush. She's so shy. But you gave her little blush so that way her face becomes more focal. We've got subtle asymmetry and the way that you've put more of the lavender on one side of her horns than the other, the little ahoge, and the scarf on the one side of her body, or the belt, I guess. Yeah, her shawl. Oh, she's so cute. She is so cute. And you gave me the silhouette test, which already, such a marked improvement. The freckles, I know. Look at the freckles! And her ears, too, adding to the silhouette. The little earrings almost read like one kind of like circular ear tag. Oh, I love her. She is so precious. She's so cute. First thing off the bat, I can say, silhouette, probably pretty recognizable at this point. Having the horns makes her more specific. I do wish maybe there was just a little bit more negative space happening somewhere. And I wish that there was maybe some weight in the silhouette a little bit more somewhere. The fact that her hair and the shawl merge in the silhouette might just be a posing thing. But I would probably go for... Wait, hang on. I should draw the ladder before I give a grade for that. Hang on. Ladder test. Bam. 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 Sleeves. Whip. Thing around her waist. And then her little hair end pieces, her collar, whoops, her hair, her ears, her horns, her headband stuff. She's got this thing on the side of her head, the top of her head, and then she's got a hoge. Not the most climbable ladder. These repetitions of similarly spaced out elements, I don't actually mind because it creates movement in the design. The fact that they're alternating in width makes them okay. There is clustering around the face, which is good. That's exactly what we want. We got almost a ladder in the middle. I think that the silhouette could just use maybe a little more push to have just a little more weight. But you're so close. You're so close. So close. For color palette, you did a fantastic job of both remaining faithful to the original while also making it a little bit easier on the eyes. There's more contrast. But these are like almost the exact same colors again. I feel like, yeah, you color picked it again also. So they do wind up being almost exactly the same other than muting the shoes so that way the shoes don't become focal. Unexpectedly good balance of chaos and regularity. Yeah. Like the darker green better. I'll let you know a secret. The green is exactly the same as I am switching back and forth. It's just that we've pushed the shadows a little bit more, which is adding necessary contrast. But the color palette is very enjoyable. Yeah, what? What, right? Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? That all it takes to make a color palette like this work. Wait, let me even check. Is this skin color the same too? The skin color is more saturated, but it's really close. All it took for these colors to work was just modifications to the rendering, more or less. And changing the red to a brown. Crazy. Kind of the poncho really helps it feel like it's better detailed. That is also true. Having some subtle texture really does add a lot of interest here as well, where Got the subtle patterning of the shawl, or the belt, where the patterning makes these items feel specific. It makes them feel like they've got that little bit of extra flair so that they aren't too generic. While when we zoom out from any distance, they're not so high contrast that makes them distracting. Yeah. Color perception is whack. I know, it is crazy. Oh, there's so many good things going on here. It's so hard to grade these because I just am so endeared by all of them. Rendering does wonders. Too bad it's my least favorite part. You and me both. I don't like rendering very much. I love sketching and I love colors. So for the colors, I would give them full points. The colors are working really well. There's enough contrast that everything works at a distance. There's really good harmony among them. They're also benefiting the personality very well. This character is very demure. She seems sort of quiet or maybe a little bit shy with the way she's blushing, hiding behind her bangs. And the color palette being somewhat in the neutral range, but with also a pop of blue, a little bit pastel. It's so nice. It's so lovely. So lovely. Complexity versus clarity, as I was saying, she's got all those little details that make her feel like she's got that pizzazz. Make it so that her design feels really specific in the patterning and the texture of the knit for her shawl. It's so nice. And then all the details clustered around her face. But if we paired her down for a cute little marketable plush, you know, those patterns might not come with her, but she'd still be immediately, easily recognizable. Yippee! Focal point is definitely the head for me because of all the detail being surrounded that area. Also the gold being most prominent around the head helps too. The hair being also the brightest, coolest thing, helping as well. And the red on the cheeks being the only place that appears really is making the face nice and focal. And then for concept and motifs, I can tell immediately what animal this is. I can tell that there is probably some angle involving in knitting or pattern work or clothing, maybe like some sort of like textile angle for the character. Maybe she's a textile artist. Maybe she is a weaver or a knitter or a crocheter or something of that nature. Perhaps. And then she just likes flowers, perhaps. Which all those things combine to tell us what her personality is. I would give her full points. I don't know if there was a particular concept that was part of the original intent, but the concept that has been added to it, I think, was sold to us quite well. 9.5 out of 10! You're so close! Oh my god, you're so close! So close! She's so cute. I love her. Good work. Fantastically done. Can we get a round of applause, please? Also, I loved you were working on this design. You were working on this and posting the work in progresses in places in the server, and I was like, watching all of them, watching you work on it. I love snooping. Hi, Amantas. Rated and D while I was running. You're back. You can never leave me. You're stuck here. You're trapped. Were you with side ear? I know we don't do bonus points for this, but I put her in the fridge. I know! I don't want to do bonus points for this because, like, that's one of those things where it's like asking, like, your parent to pick their favorite child. I can't do that. I can't do that right now. I'd feel mean because, like, I want to give all of you the points. I want to give all of you the points for it, but I can't do that, or then that doesn't mean anything to have given the points, so we just don't give the points here. We're going for nat scores only. Nat scores only today. No bonus points. No bonus points. We're going for a natural 10, if possible. It's comfy to be here. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Good that you think so, because you cannot leave. Okay, who's next? Is it me again? I might be next also. Oh, it's me again. Hang on, we'll wait. We'll come back to me later. We just did one of mine. Oh wait, we've got another. Is this another? Lamia did two also. Let me get some of the other ones from people's first submissions in, and then we'll do second submissions after that. So I'm gonna grab Nocturne's next. Nocturne did like a 3/4 body redesign. The Christmas elf. Interesting. There we go. Christmas elf from Nocturne. EG going next? False. EG not going next. EG said, psych, it's you. Let me grab the original, which I think this character also got 2 redesigns. Where is she? Actually, do I know? Hang on. Who is this a redesign of? Christmas Elf Engineer returns. Nocturne, who is this the redesign of? Hang on. I'll be able to tell visually, I think, but just so that I'm sure. Hang on. Here she is. Oh wait, redesign of your own. You redesigned your own design. Right? Wait. I think so. Yeah. Yes. Nocturne's own. Yeah. In spirit, we all live on your fridge. Exactly! That's what I'm saying. In spirit, all of you live on my fridge and probably also in my fridge. That's why Jubby and I have such an expensive grocery bill every month. You guys are eating all of my snacks. Come on. What were your original notes? Let's see. Did redo this at 1 a.m. I am done. Meet our Christmas elf mechanic. Oh, which is so funny because, yeah, we've got the Christmas color palette, which I think I did give you points for concept. And that you did have that classic red-green combo. That is an elf. That is Christmas. She also has pointy ears, so I could see those elements coming through a little bit. But it is much clearer here, I will say. Do you have sharp cheddar for us to consume? I'll bring radishes. Funny you say that. I do have sharp cheddar. You really are in my fridge, aren't you, Zany? Who's running intel on my fridge contents? I'm a little concerned about it. Read that as fruit. What is... Oh! You read this one as fruit. I can see what you mean with, like, netting and bright colors. That makes sense to me. But yeah, here, for concept, we've got the little side body pocket organizer situation that mechanics do seem to love. Because they can stick many a bolt and a screwdriver and other thing within it. I see that you've got a little bit of pencils and some gloves contained within it. Also, you have your wrench, which is very important for being a mechanic. Clothing that is worn close to the body. For a mechanic, I feel like makes sense in some capacity, but I think loose clothing is also popular for mechanics, and I'm not sure why that is. I wonder if it's for sweat or for something safety relating, where you need loose clothing so that way range of motion isn't hindered? But at this, like, this clothing doesn't seem like it's going to be doing anything against range of motion either. Intriguing. Making the hair much more golden does make the face a lot more focal. I will say, the green only showing up here does make me look here, though. I wish maybe the green was appearing somewhere else, so that way, this by being so dark and also so green, we weren't looking here quite as quickly, because I also looked to the mesh pattern too, because it's so geometric compared to everything else too. So this is contrasting by shape and then also contrasting by color. Don't mechanics wear tight clothing under their suit? Oh, they might. Baggy clothes are easy to move in, but not too baggy or it gets caught in things. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I thought it was. Something in that capacity, yeah. Something to do with chemical spills, don't want that close to the skin. Oh, probably also, yeah, I would agree with that. Eyes. Yes, the eyes do have the green, but like if this green, I don't want to do edits to things today, but like if this green was what you would use for like this meshing or something, then this green wouldn't be as important because it's only in that one area. But I do think that the head is still the primary focal point for me because the gold only shows up here. And there's a lot of other details that are closer to the face, I would say. Potentially. Tree decoration earring? Wait, is that what that is too? Oh, it is. Perfectly round, rendered little orb there for the earring. Oh, and wait, is this one of those like glass, like icicle type of ones too? That makes sense, yeah. Spam tapping undo. What are you tapping undo for? Oh, me. Me, I'm tapping undo. Yeah, whoops. I drew it on the same layer. Wrong layer, Kronk. It was an accident. Oh, wait. That reminds me. I saw in the chat earlier. Do we want to play bingo? We could play bingo. Maybe. Do you want to play bingo? We could play bingo. Chili's at the ready. We could play bingo if you want. I feel like that might be fun. I've been playing bingo? Oh, okay, I see. Let me join you. Let me join you in bingo. I'll put this over here. Generate a card, and I'll go back and fill mine in the meantime. But let me grab bingo for YouTube chat also. Bam. Nothing if not useful. Hey, you are many things. You're many things. Your worth is not defined by how useful you are or not. Give yourself more credit. I take much offense when the shroommates are being unpleasant to themselves. Fastest way to get me to yell at someone is if you self-roast in any capacity, I'm immediately like, hey, don't say that. You cannot speak ill of my shroommates. It's not allowed. I don't permit it. Christmas Tinkerbell? Wait, yes! This is kind of Christmas Tinkerbell. With the hairstyle too, and the, like, elfish ears. She is giving a little bit of Christmas Tinkerbell, which is very cute and nice. Yeah. Kindly threatens you to be nicer to yourself. Yeah. That's what I'm here for. Bam, bam, bam. I'll give you a knuckle sandwich, but, like, in the way of, like, bam. Yeah, thank you for throwing hands at me. I appreciate it. Did anyone get instantly bingo? I don't think so. Let me check. We might, because we've looked at a couple of designs already. Let's see. The one sentence concept explanation has already happened, I'm sure. Fantasy formal wear hasn't really shown up. Light hair and pale skin has been a combo already in this one. Unusual clothes cutouts was in the 0chan. We're not counting the 0chan though. I don't think we've had unusual cutouts yet. As far as I am aware. Yeah, no. Hair vents. I'm not seeing any hair vents yet. Yeah, no hair vents. They are human. I have not forgotten a ladder yet, surprisingly, also. I don't think I have. No, I think I've gotten all the ladders so far. No dragons. There were a Hoge. We did have a monochromatic color palette. Free space. I would say cozy aesthetic was this one. 2 similar hair and skin colors. This is going to be hard to critique today because people were fixing that on purpose. Dark Scalera we have not had. I have not used a color layer. We did not have a royalty concept. God or mythological creature. I'll be helping with this one. Although, I guess technically, all the fellows with horns are kind of mythological. Also, elves are mythological. Nat 10 score. We did get a Nat 10. Oh, wow. I might actually get bingo today. No off-the-shoulder jacket. We did have waist length or longer. Hair. I have not suggested any eye color changes. I had pink hair in my design, and I did overcomplicate my design. So I am currently one away from bingo in 2 directions. E.g., have you stolen limbs today? No. 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 I haven't stolen any limbs today. What are you talking about? I don't think I will steal limbs today. This might be hard to win bingo just because I'm not making edits also. Unfortunately. Yeah, so maybe my spots are, if your spots are a lot for EG edits, maybe re-roll your bingo. Have you stolen limbs outside of stream? No. No. Why would you suggest that? Why would you even ask me that? Never. I would never do something like that. I wouldn't even think of it. I'm honestly offended that you would even say so. Tree Star is her hair tie. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So she is kind of like a redecorated, kind of like she is like all the parts of a Christmas tree somewhere in here, in a redecoration way. When was the last time you even stole a limb? A long time ago. We used to do that a lot more. A year ago. I feel like we did it a bunch of times a year ago, which is why I even put it on there in the first place, but maybe I do need to remove that one because I can't remember the last time we actually did that. I feel like that's not common in the shroom state anymore. Come back to have you stolen limbs. Just little EG things. Silly little EG things. So, for concept, I see the Christmas angle. Honestly, all you had to do to make it clear that this is Christmas to me, the shorthand for Christmas is red with white fluff near it. That's all it takes to make it clear that something is Christmas aligned. The shorthand for Christmas is so easy. And you did it. And you added more things on top of that, so I'd give you full points for concept. I can also tell that this is an elf. Right hand side reminds me of Stella from Winx Club. Just a little bit. Limb stealing was related to changing arm poses for silhouette. It might have been. I think it was also because we had some designs that were like ghosts where I was erasing their legs out, or dolls where I was breaking their limbs a little bit. This sounds terrible. This makes me sound like a horrible person. I was consensually modifying the limbs of submissions is what I was doing, I promise. Focal points! I would say the hair does make the face pretty focal for me, but I think that the green bag on one hip by being so dark is just a little distracting. We're clapping already. That's good. We can clap already. I was like, wait, I'm not done grading. You can clap at any point in time, I guess. Just saw a dog? Yippee! Dogs! Let me see. Hang on. I gotta come back here. Silhouette! I do think that maybe you could have pushed more of the elements that are a part of the Christmas design to the silhouette, but hang on, if I go like this, bam. The hair shape is pretty memorable, I would say. Maybe like some weight in the silhouette. It is plenty asymmetrical though, at the same time. I'm a little stingy about full points in many circumstances. I feel like I want a little more from silhouette. But I definitely think you're gonna pass the ladder test without any problem. Let me grab a ladder. Wrapping bows would go hard. Oh, wait, you are so right. Wrapping bows would go incredibly hard for this. Or like ribbons. Yeah. As much as they might be impractical for a mechanic, though, I will say. WG, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Orange and white, I know this dog. Orange and white, is it a Shiba? Hang on, we've got asymmetry here. This hair piece, I'm not really sure where to draw the lines for. Got an eye line, though. Bottom of the white thing, bottom of that part of the sleeve bit. Something at the elbow, something on the hand. Although this one has something at the wrist. Oh wait, the hand would really be like down here. And then this one is gonna be higher up. We've got the belt. We have this thing off to one side. I would draw a line for these ones also. The fact that this isn't a full body does make it a little bit hard. But once again, we maybe have to redefine our terminology because I don't think that this thing is making any attempts at trying to fool us into thinking we're a ladder. We're not going to see this in the Home Depot and be like, haha, let me take this home to climb. This is a thing that I could put my feet on to ascend to great heights. No. This is a well-passing asymmetrical ladder. Very dangerous. This right here is a trick that is meant to trap unsuspecting citizens. It works. DNA genome? Honestly, it does feel a little bit closer to that than it does to an actual ladder, yeah. Very passing in that capacity. I want a little more from silhouette though here. So I might put that there. For color palette, whoops, hang on, I should bring you back. Return you from the bright void. Ladder mimic. Yeah, kinda, huh? Color choices! Honestly, the colors are pretty decent. They're giving Christmas pretty clearly, which is what they're supposed to do. And I'm not having any clarity issues. So I'd say that passes probably on that front too. And while I'm here also, what did I not grade? Hang on. Color palette I think is fine. Complexity versus clarity. Ah. See, this is when EG is just a little picky also. I want a little more specificity. I want a little more specificity in the garments. Like, I feel like construction lines for the top might be nice to give us a little bit more of a feel for what this is made out of or the fact that this is fabric. A little more specificity. Just a little bit. But it's so close. It's so close. Look at this arc. Have I ever had this before? This is a very interesting shape. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. Good work! 8.5 out of 10! Another B+! Thank you, Nocturne! For A, designing a Zero-chan, and B, redesigning Zero-chan. Thank you! Get a round of applause up in here. Good work! Also, I want to say that putting like a snowflake necklace or something would be cute. Oh, snowflakes for silhouette might be so cute too! I agree with you. I agree. I got an arc? What does that mean? Oh, the arc! Yes, you did get an arc. I read that as like arc as in like Noah's Ark, and I was like, who gave you a boat? Congrats! Huh? Let me close some of these also, so that way I have space on my area. What? Congrats on getting your 10! 10 havers? I am not a 10 haver. I have the lowest grade yet. Whoops. Okay, so I don't think there's another one that used this one. I think both the Zero-chans that were this I saw already. I don't think this got another one. This one definitely did, though. Let's grab our next fella. Let's see. Who next? Who next? I am, for some reason, not in my own server anymore. What happened? Until my one? What do you mean until your one? Hey, is this, do I detect shroommates being down on themselves and speaking unkindly to themselves? False. You are not permitted to do so. Be nice. The shroommates are not allowed to be mean to each other, and that includes being mean to themselves. I don't permit it. I don't allow it. Yeah, no self-negativity. Negativity-free zone. Who was next? Next we have Zanies. Zany also redesigned their own design. Whoop. Whoop. Yep, there we go. Create this, put it over here. Oh man, this goes hard immediately already. Hang on. I gotta remember what your concept was. There we go. Okay, wait, it says it on it. Nope, don't paste it on there. There we go. Low-key, I feel like this one still got... like, I feel like this still got like a 5 or something. I think the only categories this failed in for the Zero-chan was contrast for the face and focal point. I think that was it. Maybe silhouette lost points too, but I feel like you still got a pretty decent amount of points in this one. And you did sell your concept surprisingly well for this version. So we'll see. Oh, we're in an ad break. No! Here, wait, we can wait. Don't worry, I'll yap. I'll take a sip of drink. I'll take care of myself. Does anyone want to redeem the take care of streamer thing so that I can be forced to stand up and take a stretch? Liquids. Thank you, Selma. Very good. That does almost match the color of my liquid right now. The liquid being yellow is a little strange, but I am drinking pineapple aloe vera, which is one of my favorite beverages ever. Everybody stretch? Yeah, everybody do a little or big stretch. Ooh, unshrimp. I have to say, I'm always proud of myself because I don't tend to shrimp as a person. I'm pretty immune to shrimping. But you all, don't shrimp. Do not shrimp. We're back. Yippee! Hey, you're back. You also stretch. Those of you who couldn't hear me before, you also have to stretch. There we go. Hi, yay mine. Yeah, yay yours! I was saying, I feel like, Zany, do you remember what grade this one got, your Zero-chan, originally? Because I feel like it was like a 4 or 5 or something. Wow! You already were like halfway there somehow in the Zero-chan. 3? Okay. I thought it was higher than that, but okay, 3. All right, let's see what the improvement is from 3. So, Zoelir? Something like that. I might have known how to say this before. Also, is that a C? It might be Joelier. Also. Correct me on how to say that if I'm goofing it up. Makes urban exploration and horror content. Oh! Honestly, you changed so much of this that I don't know if I even recognize this as being the same character outside of the fact that the color palette is a little similar. Joelier. Ah, I thought this was a Z for a second. I'm not great at reading cursive all the time. But if we're keeping the same concept as making urban exploration and horror content, this makes a lot of sense. Got the chameleon who blends in with their surroundings so that way they can do the urban exploration maybe safely. The silhouette is giving chameleon immediately right out the bat. And we're getting glow-in-the-dark aspects for the sort of horror angle too. It's so neat. There's special effects going on here too. Yeah, it does glow in the dark. Look how neat. We've got a lot of little hints at the urban exploration angle too, with the caution tape, all the little signs that are usually warning you, do not come into this facility. You probably should not go in there. Hey, do not trespass. Warning if something radioactive may be. They're all here. I appreciate that they have proper protective equipment also. Gas mask, which is always a good thing to have if you're going into old buildings. They've got high boots to protect their limbs from anything that may or may not be occurring on the ground. Practical outfit for what they are doing. Love the little nose horn. I know! And the eyes too! Man, those are definitely like, they're intense. What? The convention of making camellias something that has like really bright eyes and glows in the dark, where does that come from? Correct me if I'm wrong, do chameleons have really small eyes? But maybe it's like just like a psychedelic thing that's associated with chameleons because they change colors? And then the glow-in-the-dark aspect is something that like Breath of the Wild's, ooh, what are they called? The chameleon-looking fellows who stand on their legs, the Lizalfos? I think they also have that. And I wonder what caused that. Do some chameleons glow in the dark? Chameleons are rainbow color, makes it easy to balance up, making it hard to look at. That's fair. That makes sense. I see it. Honestly, concept-wise, you've nailed it. I can tell exactly what you're going for here immediately. 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 Glow-in-the-dark eyes remind me of Cheshire Cat. Yeah, a little bit. And yeah, it is properly, I feel, unnerving for a character who is doing urban exploration, which in and of itself is unnerving to do. And then also horror. The vibe fits perfectly. Immaculate. What? Sorry, I just stuck to green. Yay! For focal points. This I think is kind of interesting here. I do think that the head does end up being sort of focal because of the horns around it. But the caution tape being a similar amount of gold almost does end up distracting me a little bit. And then most of the light colors are ending up on the lower part of the design. Ooh, hiccup. That's what I get for drinking things. Horns and eye swirl. Yeah. I do think the head is still the primary focal point, but I'm being distracted just a little bit. Pattern on the gas mask is a toothy smile. Yes, it is. That's gonna be so good when it's being worn. Also, freckles? Wait. Yeah, there are freckles! Oh, cute! Character of front facing, the eyes would stand out more. That's also true. The eyes being obscured right now is making them not as focal as they would likely be if we were seeing them from head on, because, man, the focal point of this entire thing right now, in some capacity, like, here the high contrast is doing a lot, but if we're looking at, like, this, the eyes draw me in, and the red being used on the nose, too, is interesting. Can I give this full points? I have such a hard time making up my mind sometimes. For focal point especially. Because I have no trouble looking at the head area. That's fair. Maybe I'm being too critical. That is a thing I do from time to time. 2 points from me. Bet. 07. Thank you, Hive Mind, for helping me grade. I appreciate it. Complexity versus clarity. I have no trouble determining the start or end of any individual object in this outfit, so the clarity is fine. And level of detail, I think, is appropriate. You've got good repetition of motif. We've got the stripe motif that repeats in the sleeves and on the hood. Everything is more or less guided by the chameleon aspect. And to plushify this creature, oh, it would be such a cute little guy. Can you imagine the tail? The tail could still be, like, bigger than the entire body as a plushie. I feel like you wouldn't have to get rid of too much in order to plushify that either. Very specific. Gotta be a little hard on art this good sometimes. I know! And I fear, like, I do that accidentally where I tend to scale how critical I am based on, like, sometimes on skill level and execution, where, like, I am definitely harsher on people who, I'm definitely harsher, I don't want to say on people, but, like, especially we see it when I'm looking at game series. I'm harsher on series where they more or less have things under control. I was way harsher on Guilty Gear than anything else, and I accidentally end up being harsher on some of our shroommates than is maybe fair, just for the same reason, where I'm like pushing you because I can. And Zany falls into that category often, and I feel like that has shown up the other times we've critiqued Zany's designs, where, for fairness, I don't think I should take points off here, but I know Zany can push it. I know it. For complexity versus clarity, full points. Also ups to grow for them. Yeah, that's more or less why I grade that way. It comes from my teaching, where each individual you grade differently in art on their own scale. Yeah, art teacher instinct. But for this, because of the sake of this challenge, for as much as, like, I am still giving the critique verbally, I don't think it'd be fair for it to be a detriment here, where the goal was to get a 10 out of 10, and for the baseline that I've set for us here today, I'm gonna say this is probably pretty dang close. Silhouette is crazy. We can just look at it here immediately already. I would recognize this from 100 yards away, probably, with the spikes on the back of the boots adding to it, the fun little curl at the back of the hood. This little convention of turning spirals and curls into this really little angular thing is such a nice touch on designs that are meant to have a little more edge to them. It makes them sharper. We think of spirals as being round, which we associate with being friendly, but making them sharp and angular, like, is common to have seen in, like, Tim Burton movies and stuff like that. Adds a little bit of edge to them, makes us think a little bit deeper about them. It fits the vibe a lot more, too. It's sharper, a little more uncanny. Feels a little bit more, oh, what is the word? Oh, my English language is failing me. Ooh, it's a vibe word. It's a word that describes the mood. Frog blinking intensively until I figure out what the word is. I can't think of what the word is! It feels horror-inspired. Yeah, menacing, maybe? It's not quite it. Off-putting? Yeah, man, I gotta pull up my emotion chart again so I can remember what the full range of human emotion is. Eerie, yeah, these are all good words that I think would help describe what this is doing for the design. My English language is failing me today. Christmas cookie to Halloween lizard, yeah. Uncanny also works, yeah. None of these were the word I was looking for, but I'll find it like in the middle of the night tonight, and I will just type it in the Discord server, and you all will have to just give me a thumbs up at that point. And say, good work, EG! You speak English very well. Good work. But, silhouette. Fantastic. No notes. Let's draw a ladder. I mean, I can tell just by looking at this that it's going to be unclimbable. There's so many diagonal elements. But we should do it anyway, for good measure. I'm still going to draw them for those sections, even though I know these are going to be climbable, just because it's repetition, but honestly, it's okay where it is. This is an angle here. This is going straight across. This is an angle here. This is going straight across. This is an angle here. This is an angle here that don't appear on the other side. This is going straight across. The teeth, the chin, the eyeballs, the actual eye, the top of the head and the bangs. And then I'm going to assume that these are probably symmetrical across the top also. Ankle decimator 9000, right there. Do we want to climb this? Probably not. To be fair, there are a lot of words. That is true! I like to sound as well-spoken and wordy as I can. I like to have a lot of those, like, $5 words, if possible. But I've trained myself so much to not use them because of being a teacher, where I try and put things in layman's terms as often as I can, but then as a result of that, I lose my fancier words, and I want to keep them. Ain't a ladder that's Bill Cipher. That is true, Zany, I agree. Very dangerous. Almost felt really hard. Somehow did this sick little tuck and roll. Don't know how I did it. Oh, congrats, Wordy. I'm glad you didn't injure yourself. Good fall. Success. Ankle decimator 1000. Oh, wait, that reminds me. I'm supposed to set up a little quote system. I'll work on that probably over the weekend. I'm gonna have some time tomorrow to do a bunch of housekeeping stuff, and I'm looking forward to it. I got so many things to implement. Things are happening. I'm cooking. Stuff's happening. Clearly need to have a high concept conversation with Almontas. Almontas does inspire me to bring my full vocabulary back out, which is nice. Like, Jubby and I talk to each other using the non-layman's terms vocabulary a lot, but I just lose certain words because, unfortunately, having taught a lot of foundations classes, especially post-COVID, if I were to use certain descriptor words, no one would know what I meant, and I'd have to derail us to define a word instead of using a much simpler version. It's kind of tough. I don't want to be hard to understand to others, but I like having words that serve a specific function, where they clearly define something in a way that works better than saying something in a full sentence would. They're more succinct. It's a tough balance to strike, I will say. But anyways, ladder. Dangerous. I don't even want to attempt this. No thanks. I'm not trying it. Not me. Miss me with that. Pass! I think the only colors I kept from the OG were the whites and one of the greens. Tried to add black in the varied colors. But you kept the fact that there is green and red and like this darker blue coming across. You did add gold as opposed to white. But that's fine. You didn't have to stick completely one-to-one with the design. Everyone sort of interpreted that how they would. You took the concept and just completely ran with it as far as you wanted. And you did keep a little bit of the color palette. Yeah. Clearly, yeah. Try to use good words, but end up having to use small words to describe them. Yeah! That's what I tend to do. But when you only have so long to teach and you're a yapper like me, it was a really good way for students to get me off topic, unfortunately. White is in the stripes. Wait, you're right! Hang on, that is in the stripes. You did a decent job mimicking the color palette, but I would say the color palette itself, if we're just considering this, because we're not considering the grade for color palette as how well you have reinterpreted this one. We're telling it based on what this one looks like. This is a nice color palette. It's an interesting color palette too. We've got a variety of greens and yellows. This is almost analogous, but not quite. We're skipping orange, but we've got red, a lime green. We've got a more blue undertone green. We have yellow. We've got gold. The white even has like a green tint to it. The black has a blue tint to it. Lovely color depth here. Full points. Zany, is with great honor that I'm able to present you with this trophy. Tried orange too friendly? Understandable. You don't have to have an analogous color palette. But Zany, it is my great pleasure to award you the 10. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for Zany? Why do I make noises with my mouth when I clap? I don't have to do that. I go. Yay! There we go. Oh, to clap like an EG. There we go. Okay, who was next? Rex is next. I did Selma Zero-chan because, oh, CULT as an eldritch horror inspired by mutton. Whoa. This is definitely an eldritch horror, I will say. Oh, but Rex, you relinquished your membership to that organization as of today, so grading this. How do you feel about your creation now knowing that? Let's pull up Selma's original. And see what was said about that one. I recall what Selma designed. Yeah. Selma originally said I could do better, and by that I mean a whole lot worse. Got carried away with the prompt of a monk. Haha, I bet you were thinking of something else. And the concept of some of the redeems that I kind of forgot. It's clear that they are. Did have a full character thing planned, typing until it did tell us not to, so the secrets are staying with me to the grave. Okay, keep your secrets then, funny little weather creature. Here we go. So here was the original. Oh. This fella is like social distancing across the canvas right now. Here, come back. There we go. Move over here. Bam. Oh my god. This is truly a monstrosity concocted from this origin point. Hang on. Let me give this a nice background color. And then this one also, I think. Yeah, there we go. Ah! Oh, reminds me of Madoka Magica. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Madoka Magica does like to have these really fun, colored, but still deeply disturbing designs. Here, wait, non-human design. I can check that off on my bingo. Nice. And you do also have Dark Scalaire. Thank you. Delicious. Bingo points, maybe. Oh yeah, because the lore with now being the previous form of either mutton haggis. Oh! Wait! So the lore was that it was a previous form of mutton. Or, how do you say that? Haggis? 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 How do you say that word? I've never had to say that out loud. Haggis. Haggis. Haggis? Or do I have to say it separated? Haggis. First right time. Did I say it right the first time and then doubt myself? Oh man. Rare EG win. I rarely ever say things right the first time. So, first thing that we can probably grade here immediately, probably, pretty quickly, is silhouette. I'm gonna do it on a white background because it's so dark. Hang on, please. Can I have a layer? Thanks. Hello? Oh my god, wait, how big is this canvas? Squiiji, what? What is current? Huh? Question mark? Silhouette. Crazy. Crazy in the silhouette department. I feel like we would have no trouble at all identifying this creature at any distance. Only 4K? Oh, okay, that's fine. I only asked because it lagged when I tried to fill it, and I was like, Silhouette goes wild, goes crazy. So first things off the bat, full points on that one. I would say this is probably very clearly identifiable. For doing the ladder test, I don't even know if we can do a ladder test for this because this is not a bipedal creature, so it's not as important that it have that vertical distribution going on. We can kind of try. Maybe a little bit. Oh, but like that's so hard because like a lot of things are grouped towards the face. It has like elephant-like trunk arms. So like most of the stuff is going to be segmented based on like what part of the body it's happening in. Like technically everything is an asymmetrical element because this is an asymmetrical creature. And it also isn't vertical, and does it have bilateral symmetry? It might not. I'm not sure. Struggling to know what I'm looking at. I think that's what it wants. I think it wants you to struggle to know what it is. As an eldritch being of some sort, it really does not want you to perceive it, I would imagine. Thanks for doing my one, Rex. Your turn coding to the Ink Squad will be forgiven. Oh, I'm glad you can find it within your heart to forgive the mods. I will say the background color I picked is also making it harder to tell what's going on. So there we go. If I lighten it, that'll make it a little easier. I made the arms too hard to see. This is truly wild, though. So conceptually, if I were to cold read this, I would think that this is probably some sort of, yeah, like elephant-like deity with a lot of hands for grabbing and touching and picking up and putting things into its mouth like an elephant does, because elephants use their trunks like hands anyways, kind of. And this sort of headdress, I think, is also helping us push in the direction of feeling like some sort of deity, mayhaps? Did I already? Yeah, mythological creature, god, yeah. Too powerful to be contained to a ladder. It does expand beyond. It goes beyond what my ladder is capable of doing for us. So I did not forget the ladder. You don't get that, bingo, people. But the ladder really isn't important here. For concept, I feel like this is giving the concept pretty well. I do think that the fact that it had a basis as a sheep in some capacity is maybe a little bit lost on us. But is that important for us to get? I mean, it is kind of fluffy. But I would think this is an elephant. Otherwise. So maybe I do have to go here for it, though. For focal points, once again, kind of tough, because this is a creature. Yeah, mammoth, I think, is what we're getting. Rex, did you want it to look like a mammoth? Was that the intent? Or was it supposed to be more sheep-like, maybe? I don't know. For focal point, I generally look to this first, because it's so bright. And then I look to all of these funny little arms. No, it's supposed to be sheep? Okay, so I can't give you full points on that one, I will say. I see the elements that would push us in the direction of thinking sheep, like this is a sheep-shaped ear. But the face is becoming very elephant or like mammoth-like in nature in some capacity. This is primarily focal for me, which I think is what the face is, I believe. But once again, a creature is hard to determine what the focal point should be. It should be the face, theoretically, but I feel like eldritch monsters don't always subscribe to that rule, just as like a convention. So I don't know. But I will give you full points for that. For complexity versus clarity, I do think this is the one thing that I would have a critique for, which is that you have this really... Whoa. Huh. Greetings, my brethren. I do not believe we've met before, have we? Hello, Carrie. Nice to see you again. How has EG been? I am hanging with my brethren here. I wish I had as many arms as this creature before me does have, but sadly I do not contain the multiplicity of that, unfortunately. This is the Eldritch meetup. Have we met this Eldritch beast before? Wow, that was a solid attempt at a spin.
Help, the blood is rushing to my face.
Oh, Gary, I'm so sorry. I wish I could rotate you to be upside right again, but sadly, I don't think I can even really reach you. I think you're too far away from even my dark and terrifying Eldritch grasp. Yeah, this is a new Eldritch EG. Have we met this one before? This is the Eldritch god of approval and disapproval. Do you have anything you need me to approve of or disapprove of? I can approve of the art before me here, which is to say, I approve of it. This is something that I feel like was created, at least vaguely, in my image. Okay, I immediately disapprove of you spinning me like that. I just told you I'm immune to rotation, so maybe don't. Do you approve of spice cake? Oh yeah, I approve of spice cake. That's immediately a gold star for me. I approve of that. Gary Beyblade, let him rip. Ah, I approve of Beyblade also. We could Beyblade Gary. I would approve of that also. Can you approve of me saying sorry a lot? I can approve of you saying sorry when contextually it makes sense to do so, when you have committed a grievance that is necessary to apologize for. However, if you are apologizing because you are feeling bad about something...
Let it trip.
Because you are feeling bad about something, despite the fact that it has not had any negative impact, then you do not need to. So, that is kind of neither. That is not an answer. That is not an approval. Can you approve of chanting? Chanting is a slippery slope. Chanting is a very slippery slope, even. I do approve of being British. That's fine. We approve of being British. You can be British.
Shoot, sorry. It tripped.
Gary! You dare... Did you fart in the face of an eldritch being? Your parent should teach you better. Gosh, dang it. Approve of the Allium organization. I approve of Alliums as a thing that exists. I will offer them the gold star of acceptance. However, I don't know quite what you would be doing by arranging around the Alliums. They don't really need your help. if I'm remembering correctly. Field garlic will grow forever in the frozen tundra of the north. The field garlic will persevere, as will the onion grass, despite whatever you may be doing. So I don't know if they need an organization to support them. Does this make you a true neutral being or not? No. I am not neutral at all. No. This is the opinionated eldritch monster. I have many of an opinion. Y'all can chant during Eldritch EG/uncertain. You know, if you're chanting things that are in the favor of Eldritch EG, maybe chanting can be permitted under those circumstances alone. And maybe only under those circumstances alone. Any thoughts on concrete? Not really. I don't know if I approve of concrete. Concrete has many great and vast uses for society, where, you know, a lot of our buildings would not be sustained without the existence of concrete. But I don't approve of concrete being used outside of those circumstances. I have heard word, a little birdie told me, that some fellas like to eat it, and I don't think that that is an approved thing to do. Approve of books? I do approve of books as a concept. Books are a good way of making information something we can archive and keep hold of, and we can pass information between each other via them. I think that does work. Hi, Veruku. I figured I would see you lining up first here to be able to chant something in my presence, so that's fine. Gary Shade? I mean, he did just fart in my face, so what do you expect from me? Of course I gotta take a couple little jabs where I can. Can you just approve of the purple from the buy flags? I think it's too desaturated, it should be brighter. Actually, I'm so glad that you said that, Z Milky Way. As somebody who has stood behind me, the Eldritch Deity, I have stood behind the buy flag for my whole life, because most of my life I didn't know being pan was a thing. The purple in the buy flag always drove me nuts as an artist and also an Eldritch being. If they were to replace that purple, I would be so okay with it. I would be so okay with them replacing it. So yeah, I do disapprove of the purple in the buy flag. Having the purple in it is good, but that particular choice of purple, maybe not fantastic. Yeah. Buy and ace purple should swap. Honestly, maybe. The purple in the ace flag is so saturated for the fact that the other colors are neutral and have no color undertone. Hi. Did I miss something? Why am I coded with approval and disapproval? Is that what I missed, Gary? Email. What? What? Huh? Hi, I'm back! We should grade this creature. I feel like maybe. It's like 417. I should really grade this creature. What? What? Ba-da-do, da! Do you know what song I'm singing? Please tell me you know what song I'm singing. Please. Gary and all his accent? Maybe that is what I missed, yeah. That would make sense. Gary, I'm glad you are practicing your accents to be a voice actor someday, maybe. I respect your choices and your decisions, and I support you in your career goals. It is good for the CEO to yearn for more. Wow! Hi, Amber. Thanks for launching me. What was that for, though? Why launch? Was that thrift shop? It was thrift shop. I'm popping tags! I used to do a really good impression of that kid once upon a time. I think it's a little lacking now. Yeah, we do need to focus, though. Hey, don't throw hands at me! Don't! Do not throw hands at me! I'm doing everything I should be. Do you disapprove of my choice of song to reference? Gonna pop some tags. I got $20 in my pocket. Anyways, this creature, I feel clarity is one of the areas where it's lacking. I think that something that I could give as a critique, and I think it's mostly art style here, is that all the brush strokes more or less being similar in size, except for where we're getting up into the head region. I feel like you could use smaller strokes to define the edges of forms a little bit more clearly, perhaps, where like you have this dark color and you could bring that around the edges to define like shape a little bit. And then that would set which of these are overlapping off against each other a little bit more clearly. Because you do have some good shading happening around the inside of the face, but we just need a little more for clarity's sake. Sing that at your next karaoke, please. Bet. Say no more. Hang on. I'm preparing another karaoke. None of you are prepared for it, let me tell you. I might be preparing for it, but you definitely are not. Do you want to know what the title of my next karaoke is going to be? Let's see. Thrift. I'm frozen because I'm typing it into my phone. Thrift. shopping. Yes. Since we reached the sub goal, I will tell you, it's slowly being worked on. There's a lot of stuff to get together for all of these when I do them. I gotta get backings. I have to record myself singing any of the backings because I like to have myself singing the backings if possible. Then also I have myself singing the backing or the whole song really quietly, so that way I have a little bit of a guide because I'm not a very good singer. Any song from a certain blue-haired singer? Maybe. I'll tell you that the title of the karaoke, the theming for the karaoke is tonal whiplash. That's what the theme is. So, Thrift Shop, I think, would pair well against some of the other songs that I have listed in it. Anything that you could guess, any song potentially that exists anywhere is fair game for this karaoke. So there could be a lot of very strange things showing up. Or just the order that I'm singing them in. We could be going from one genre to another genre, doing just some totally unexpected things. I'm not going to tell you any of the songs that are on the set list so far, or that are being worked on in progress, but it's happening. It is happening. Do Evanescence? Oh, don't worry, she's in there. Don't worry. I think I have an Evanescence song happening somewhere. Gregorian chant karaoke. I had a Gregorian chant the last time for karaoke. I did Ameno. For karaoke last time. I'd love you to sing Francium feat Miku? I have a Miku song in here, but I don't know if it's not that one. Missed that? If you are interested, if you do ! YouTube, I have an archive of that whole karaoke. I sang Ameno. I don't even remember the lyrics. Hang on, how does it even go? Timere, timere, machire, machire mo. Ameno. But I sang it with reverb and like actually trying with a warmed up voice. Was it fantastic? Unclear. But I did my best. Is there karaoke streams where it's throwing all in, no background, trying to remember the song? No. I could do that. I'm not a very good singer, so it would definitely be a bear with me and listen while I try and sing something that I can't figure out. My memory is terrible and it'd be probably abysmally off key if I did that. The only way I manage to sing on key is if I rehearse a song a lot. So that would be tough. But we gotta keep grading. I can't get too distracted. It's almost 4:30. No idea how badly I need this. You should go watch that karaoke then. You go here. I think it's the second most recent upload. Just so you can have it. Yeah, we are doing key jingling. Color palette! This pink is... The trouble I have with grading this is that an Eldritch Nightmare cannot be constrained by the terms of what we humans find to be acceptable as color choices. This particular mauve is like just ever so slightly visually disturbing, but at the same time, this is an Eldritch Nightmare, so it being visually disturbing might be fine. Shreemates, how would you grade the color for this one? I'm gonna do a phone a friend. Ring, 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 ring. Are you gonna pick up? You should answer your phone. Ring, 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 ring. Pick up. Come on, Shreemates, pick up the phone. Come on. Hello? Hello, I need help. I don't know how to grade this one. This is an apple out of 10 situation. I need help. Help me. You just don't like mauve. I don't like mauve. The situation is, I don't know if we should excuse the fact that, like, this as a color palette is a little bit... That color's fine, but, like, this is sort of a clashing color palette. It's the mauve itself isn't an issue, but the colors themselves are clashing a little bit, and I think it's this tone of mauve and this gold.
Hello, E.G., why did you call me when right beside you?
Oh, Gary, I'm so glad you picked up! Gary, help! How do I grade this? Thank you for the bits, Selma. Orange out of fruits? I don't know how to grade that one. Ask the spider in your room to grade it. Hey, man, can you... This spider's not in my room. He's in my window well. Hey, man! Why would you grade it? Because I feel like, in some capacity, having a discordant color palette makes sense for an eldritch being, but on the other hand, it is sort of a disharmonious color palette. I don't know. It's tough. There's no ants hiding in my room unless Amber's hiding in my room. Nilo. I got the ant problem under control. Also. Help. I vibe. It's nice. Okay. If the general consensus is that we vibe because it does fit the concept for it to be discordant in some capacity, then we vibe. Frick it, we ball. At least give it a 1.5. That's fair. That's fair. Fine considering theme of Eldritch. Eldritch entity clad in only the finest. Work together for pillow mixed desaturated. Saturated? It's very Victorian. Okay. If that is the case, phone a friend. Thank you all for coming in here today and helping me solve my problems. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 again. Man, we have an 8.5 trend happening here today. What? Good work, Rex. Can we get a round of applause for Rex, please? Colors more contradictory would feel better. That's, I think, sort of what I was, in my brain, was looking for, maybe. Mayhaps. But good work, Selma, for designing us this lovely Zero-chan. And then good work, Rex, for creating this monstrosity based on it. Thank you. Need to summon Eldritch EG again to grade them? Oh, maybe. Eldritch EG maybe should have graded this. They'd probably be better at grading their own kind than I am. But here, let me keep us moving. Hang on, so who was next? Oh, are people submitting theirs while I'm live? Oh, I am seeing the submissions happening while I'm alive. Let's see. Eraser! Cap! Oh man, I might need to move a little faster so we can get through all of them. I was pacing myself, considering how many designs were finished before I started stream. But I don't know if I'll have time. So Eraser Cap said, not gonna lie, creating a 10 out of 0 was harder than I thought. Anyway, here is Nyangela Perfect the Third. I think this was one of the full zeros we gave before. Was for this one, which is by Iris, was the origin. 0 that ended up to be 7-chan? What do you mean 7? What do you mean 7? I almost redesigned this 0-chan also. This was on my list of ones that I was going to redesign, so I'm glad somebody did redesign this one. Because it truly was a 0. No points whatsoever given. Wii Remote. Yeah, does it mean I'll have another week to try and wrangle the design? Here's the thing, you guys can keep designing things and keep working on stuff that you made for stream at any point in time. You don't have to stop working on something just because we already did the showcase stream for it. We can go over designs. Maybe one day we'll go back and look at designs that were submitted after I held the streams. For like, not like stragglers, but like as a just like revisiting situation. I know Vil does that for his challenges, so that might be a good idea. Hi, Eraser Cap, I see you on YouTube. Always the last minute turn-ins. I know! There, suddenly overnight, we went from having like 10 submissions maybe to having 20. So, originally, I believe, if I remember correctly, oh wait, I don't have to remember. We have Iris's details, which is that this is my VTuber concept. Her name is Nyangela Perfect the Third. She's a cat girl angel who games during her free time. She also has scales because I think they're pretty. Please no steal. So this was truly a 0 because none of those elements came through at all. There were secretly cat ears happening a little bit up in the top of the head. I think there was some reference to gaming, maybe in the shoes, but we really got none of that. But here, instead, I would say that we're getting much more of the concept. We've got the little halo and the wings so we can tell that she's an angel. Big old cat ears so we can tell she's kitty. We added little tufts of fur to the side of the face so that we get a little more of the cat angle design too. I would say that this is not fully human either. This is a little bit more anthropomorphized. She's got the scales because she loves them. Still also on her neck. We've got a little bit of that similar like wobbly patterning happening in the hair. You definitely toned down the color palette too to make it so that it's less overwhelming. Man, these were some intriguing color choices in the skirt, as they should have been. Gamer angle is showing up in the fact that, man, do we associate gamers with the gamer headset with the mic on it, big old oversized sweatshirt, and then look, like a proper individual, she is wearing her Wii Fit strap. What was it called? What is that strap called? Her just Wii Remote strap so she doesn't launch her Wii Remote at the TV. Although I'm sure this is a legally distinct controller also. I'm sure that this is totally legally distinct. She's got a couple little bells in her hair and on her collar, probably where her zipper is. She's got wings repeating as a motif down on her shoes. She's so cute. Just the Wii Remote strap? Is that all it's called? I felt like there was some more specific term for it. Yeah, like Wii safety strap or something. I feel like we just called it the Wiimote strap. But I thought there was something more to it. I don't know. Anyways, silhouette test. Is this transparent? Oh, it is. Look at that. Beautiful. There we go. So, the silhouette is pretty symmetrical, which might be the only critique I have of it, because this does feel like somebody who, for being a little gremlin, might benefit from a little more asymmetry, a little more chaos. But at the same time, the origin was also completely symmetrical. But that was something we critiqued as being a struggle it was having. Man, the more I look at this, like the skirt and the hair lining up on the exact same line, no wonder this got a 0. This has a much more distinct silhouette, I will say. But the pickiness in me does say, for this being a little gremlin, a little more asymmetry touching the edges might be fantastic. Fantastic, because this is also an accessory, that's a prop. Let's clear this. But I would say the silhouette can probably be like right there. Half point deduction. I feel like I'm coaching swimming or something. Ooh. Oh, ladder test. For also silhouette purposes. You thought you were going to get me for getting ladders. Nope, I'm locked in. I'm focused today. The ladders will not go by the wayside. Too many ladders have been forgotten in the history of EG. Oh, wait, is this the tail as being a little floating wing? Wait, that's so cute, actually. Nice single little moment there of asymmetry that I'm a fan of, but that is so cute. So good, yeah? Yeah! It's so cute. Oh, bye, Haunted Butter. Enjoy your training. Here's this, and then the bottom of the sleeve is like right... Hang on. Why did I... Oh, the bottom of the sleeve is... Stop undoing things. The bottom of the sleeve is where the top of that ends. I would say there's definitely one for the underside of the hood, for the top part of the hood and the chin. The eyeballs have something. The underside of the hair if the head wasn't tilted. The ear wings, which I think are being worn on the headset, which is funny. I know people tend to do that too, where they have fancy headsets for streaming. Have we talked about how I hate over-the-ear headphones? I can't do it. I can't wear them. They hurt my soft little noggin. My skull does not like it. Did we do a ladder test for the last one? We tried. It doesn't really work, though. Get him next time, ladder gang. Oh, shucks. I'm afraid this is climbable. I don't know if it's climbable. We do have a nice big gap in a couple of areas, but there are some very similarly spaced details hanging out throughout here. This width repeats a little bit as well. I would say it could be less climbable, but this is still not a climbable ladder, especially. Still not climbable, but could be more unclimbable mayhaps, which I think is factoring into us losing that half point as well that we lost. Love them, don't like earbuds, afraid they'll fall out. For some reason, when I wear headphones, it makes my ears hurt, like over the ear ones, like that gamer is wearing. So like when I do audio editing, I have like nice Sennheiser headphones that like go over my ears. But when I stream, I just wear a single earbud, and you can see it when I fiddle with my other cord. Wow, you really can see it when I touch it. I'm a mime. Suddenly I can keep my hands the exact same distance apart. Little jump needed. Be careful in the fingies. Not the most dangerous. Beware. Yeah. So, not the most dangerous ladder, but not the safest ladder either. Small ears, so headphones are good. Earbuds don't fit. See, I have small ears too, but I've managed to buy, like, Skull Candy has different sizes for little pieces you can put on your earphones. That's what mine have, where they have, like, a large, medium, and small little, like the little, like, rubber ends that you put on, and I just put the small ones on, and it works for me, theoretically. But I know people don't like those ones either, also. Hang on! Locking in! Hang on! Hang on! The brain wants to stray! It's Friday! The weekend is almost here. I want to yap, but I should not. We have to focus. We have a lot to go through. Focal point! I fear that because you still left the face and the hair sort of low contrast against each other, and the eyes too, the jacket becomes the focal point so strongly! Because it's the biggest flat area of a color, because this gold is everywhere also, so the face is not unique for having the gold. There's a little more detail around the face, which is helping, but the darkest, most saturated color is in the torso. So the face is sort of secondary focal, but I do immediately look here. Unfortunately. black headphones help frame the paler face. That is true. It is helping it, but I don't know if it's competing enough. We might have needed a little more blue in the hair, mayhaps, to do it. Mirko and Selma using Keys of Jangly have been remiss in this one duty. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, that's why we got many shroomate. We can share the duties evenly across the whole shroom state. Let's see. So I would say that probably for focal point, I might go here. I gotta close some more of these files. Bye, Zany's design. It was nice having you. Also, we'll close Rex's, just so I don't have to struggle to navigate back. What did I talk about? Oh, concept. You checked all the boxes. I see cat, I see angel, I see gamer. Got it. Nailed it. No concern there. Complexity versus clarity. Honestly, fine. I feel like there's enough specificity, especially with the way that you gave the hair a single streak on one side, the little bit of patterning that we have on the jacket, the scales on the neck, the shoes have a little bit of design to them. This would plushify really, really cutely. It would be so cute. Should have given them heterochromia. Oh my gosh, you could have. You totally could have. Or I guess maybe you could have pulled, like, there's all these, like, reds in here, too. Or, like, even the green. You could have pulled a red or a green from this for the eye color, too. Like, might make that just a little more saturated. Because then, look at those. That eye's is already doing a little more fighting, potentially. Oh, there we go. I guess you got your color edit for the day. For bingo, fellas. But yeah, concept. Perfect, fantastic. Complexity versus clarity. You would pare down quite succinctly, quite easily, but you've got enough detail that I feel like there's enough going on in the design. For color palette, no concerns really. You've got blue and then a couple different undertones of this sort of like gold or brown color sort of throughout. It works. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Man, this is an 8.5 out of 10 day. Can we get a round of applause for Eraser? Please. Do you see? My mouth thinks I'm talking when I clap sometimes. Oh wait, it's not doing it. It was like, so I was covering my face. Maybe. It was doing something weird. Good work! Let's see. Who's next? Oh, there's more submissions! Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to be so fast in order to get through all of them. Because I don't know if we'll get to all of them right now. Hang on. Banny, we already looked at one of yours, so we'll come back to you for a second design at some point. Mad Buns! Mad Buns next. There we go. Create that one. I am so glad that Mad Buns decided to redesign this character because this was on the list of what I was planning to do. Almost done with the new version. Are you redesigning this one? The one that you already designed? Or are you designing a new character? I feel like the one that you have shown us here is perfectly fine for getting your idea across. Here we go. Whoop. Who's the original one by? Let's see. Hang on. I gotta scroll through here fast, quick. Who designed the original one? Also, I didn't check your notes either. Hang on. Let's see. Scrolling. Zooful. I finally decided to join too. Had fun drawing and conceptualizing this. Hope it scores low. I understand how to make the opposite. Initially going for generic schoolgirl, but I fear I might get some points for clarity and concept. And I fear that they were right in their fears. Mad Buns. Hang on. Woo. Scroll back up. I talked to them and they mentioned the character could be a delinquent. The original got a 3 out of 10. I'm cleaning it up, but if I can't make it, I'll just use this. I feel like it's clean enough that we can tell what's going on already without any trouble, so don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. Adding the delinquent angle does so much to add to this character. You added a lot to the silhouette also just by changing the cut of a couple different elements here. We tucked the shirt in and exaggerated where it's tucked in, or maybe it's even a crop top, but it's becoming wider. Lengthening the skirt. What is the, oh man, what is it called? There is a specific group of Japanese women who did dress in, I guess, like sailor adjacent style suits, but they wore longer skirts and man, did they carry baseball bats, among other things. Decor Delinquent, I think, does do a good job of describing what we're seeing visually, but what are they called? They're called something girls, and I can't think of what their name is right now. Hang on. They may have been a gang. I don't know what they were called. Sukuban? Delinquent girl is the... Sukuban is the name for delinquent girl gangs, but it might be something more specific than that, but I can't think of it. Is that what it is? Oh, it is. It is. It is Sukuban. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The Saga Girls? I think I might have been thinking of a specific, like, one of these specific gangs, mayhaps. But they are... Look at them. This does feel very inspired by it. Long skirts. I think they've got Tendo swords, maybe. But they've got their long, dark outfits with their light-colored shoes. Are you Sukuban? Okay, I see. Good ref. Good reference point for that, because that adds a lot of character. The hair silhouette! Also making it like a bob where it's flaring out around the ear level and chunking the bangs and the back of the hair into two separate shapes. Fantastic for silhouette. Good choices. The ribbon as a little bit of asymmetry on the side of the head. All the little stickers being reinterpreted and just sort of moved around and clustered in different places is another good move for asymmetry that feels subtle yet natural. Yes. Reminds me of Splatoon. I wonder if it's reminding you of Splatoon because of the proportioning, where this is like larger head, shorter body, and then also the eyes a little bit. The heavy eye makeup is doing a lot for personality here too. She feels like she is up to something with her heavy under eye makeup, potentially. If the norm is short skirts, then going long is rebellion. Exactly! Yes. She is rebelling. And then they did also include the little bandages that were on the neck, but we distributed them more throughout on the arm and on the leg. We've got one sock down, so she's a little disorganized maybe. Delectable. Delectable. So for concept, I had no trouble immediately determining what the goal of the concept was. We're going for potentially delinquent girly Sukuban. I see it. And it's very faithful to the original in that capacity too. For color palette, taking the colors of the original and pushing them into more of a desaturated palette was a good move tonally. It helps carry across the more serious tone or vibe of this character, where she doesn't feel like a fun, cute schoolgirl anymore. She feels like she's got a little bit something darker maybe in her heart. She feels a little more rebellious. We tend to associate dark colors with more punk style movements often. So the colors are working well for that. I'm not really having any clarity issues. I can determine the edges of all the items against each other pretty well. So I feel like this is a full points for color choice. Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Full points for color is probably pretty good. Silhouette? Is this on a white background? Let's find out. Answer is yes. Whoops, hang on. You can probably select just pretty simply here like this. Yeah, there we go. Invert that. Bam. Silhouette. One sleeve rolled up, one sleeve down, the collar extending off the edge of the body. The hair feels pretty distinct. I feel like this is a really good way of interpreting something that is meant to be a grounded, realistic outfit, but pushing it so that the silhouette is memorable. We were talking about this a lot with my foray into the Limbus Company characters of the last couple days, and I've been thinking a lot about how to convey in character design grounded, semi-realistic clothing while still allowing it to have strong silhouettes. And I feel like this is an interesting way of doing it, where we've just exaggerated the places where things overlap a little bit more, and that does lend things to being more memorable in silhouette. But then again, hair is always such a good opportunity to exaggerate, so I think you've done all the right things for that capacity. Do a little ladder test. Haha, you're not gonna catch me still. Never catch EG slacking. Hang on, can I have another layer, please? There we go. Beautiful. Welcome back, those of you who were trapped in ad jail. Let's see. Bottom of shoe. Top of shoe. All the things happening with those. Bottom of the skirt. One of the sleeves would be down here. One of the sleeves would be up here. There's a couple things happening on the waist. Bottom of the shirt. Oh, wait, hang on. Top of that chunk of the sleeve, top of this chunk of the sleeve, where it's the little, whatchamacallit, cuff. Bottom of the red bow, bottom of the collar region, top of the collar region, bottom of the eyes, top of the eyes, and the bangs. Top of the head, bow, bow 2. Once again, I don't think we're getting very far on this one, fellas. I think climbing is not going to be in our future. Wow! perfect. I caught it with my face in a way that I can still look through it. That's fantastic. That's very optimal for me. Mismatching hair clips for bingo. Oh, that is true. For all of you bingo attempters. Do I have that on my bingo? Can I get anything on my bingo here? I don't think I can. Do I need your clothes cutouts? No hair vent. Are there hair vents? Hang on, were there hair vents? No. Ramoys, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hair color and skin color, I will say, could maybe use just a little bit more difference, but it's not that dire. They are blending together a bit from a distance, though. Oh, wait. Should I be picky about this? This is something I'm usually pretty picky about. It might only be fair for me to be picky about it. I feel like they are blending together a bit from a distance, but that might be a render thing also, unfortunately. I'd be intrigued to see if Mad Buns was finishing re-rendering it. If that's something that ends up edited or modified. See what you mean? Yeah, when I zoom out, we do lose the edge of the hair against the face. I may have to be picky about it. It's only fair. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. For fairness' sake, I have to go there. For the silhouette is fine. Complexity versus clarity, I think that there is a good level of detail here where we've focused on having nice, big shapes that are relaxing to the eye, and they've got a lot of nice little small details. This would plushify probably very easily, very concisely without having to remove a lot. And it's still interesting despite the fact that it's so pared down. There's a lot of specificity in the shape of the clothing that we've chosen too, by making it a little more angular, making it longer, adjusting the flow of the skirt, making things a little bit looser around the body. Feels like it's in the right area for level of detail. For focal point, this is another interesting one for focal point, because I fear, because the hair and the skin tone are so low contrast, I am looking at the chest bow a little bit. The eyes are green and really dark with the dark eyelashes. So they are fighting. They're putting up a fighting chance, but I am being distracted by the bow. The red being clustered around the head, I will say, also helps the head be in the focal area. This is another one of those situations where I may be being too critical of this, the same way I was with Zany, perhaps, of where, like, I know what Mad Buns can do. It's tough. It's so hard. Do I take off a half point? Or are the face focal enough for you? We've already taken points off for the contrast thing, which I think is what is influencing this. Eyes are more focal. Shroommates! What are your thoughts? Phone a friend time again. You guys, not very many of you picked up the phone earlier when I called, but Gary did. Ring, 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 ring. With the hair, the face is focal. That's fair. The hair silhouette does make the face more focal. Full points. Tough. I'm seeing focal for me. Okay. I'm seeing enough people saying that they think the focal point is working well enough that we don't need to be too harsh about it. The bow thing is too focal. Full points for focal, half for contrast. Bow can be a contender too. Okay. So it seems like we're a little bit split about it, but I think we already took off points for color, which is what it's causing the focal point to not work. So I think that works. We're reverse one manning today. Yeah, we're many manning today. I want everybody's individual thoughts on things today. Oh, it's so close though. Oh, 9.5 out of 10. Oog. So close. But it's so lovely. I love her. She is adorable. She is fantastic. Good work, Mad Buns. Can we get a round of applause for Mad Buns, please? You did fantastic. I need to take a sip of drink. I don't know what I'm doing. It might be because I keep shouting to say everyone should clap, but I'm like wearing my voice out for some reason. How strange. Might also be because I was being weird yesterday. The stream. Hydrate. They just sent a new render. Quick. Were they listening? Were they snooping and modified? I'll laugh if the hair has been modified. Oh, it wasn't. Honestly, I think all the things that were working are still more or less working the same in the new render. I don't think it's changed very much in the way that I would grade it in this re-render. Honestly, the line art being thinner made the clarity around the face a little bit less, unfortunately. You reproportioned the whole face, huh? Was tempted to cheat? No, 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 no cheating. But you can take those notes to apply them later. But thank you for participating, Mad Buns. I appreciate it. I gotta keep us moving because we have an hour left and I still have, I think, more than half of the designs left to look at here. Let's see, who is next? Enderium! Enderium just redesigned your own. You redesigned your own one. Ready to see the rest? Yeah! I gotta keep us moving. Let's close these ones. Bam. 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 Farewell. Here is Enderium's. I love that this thing has been placed within a context. It's within the savannah. Got another non-human design here too. Never learned how to draw on the end, but managed to do something with fragment shaders. Drawing accessories is out of the question of my abilities. Also, since the eyes point in different directions, are mirrored eye lights working here? Ah! Eyes pointing in different directions does make them work. Enderium, what was your initial intent for this character design to be? Because I think conceptually, that's going to be interesting to try and describe. So just so you all remember, this was Enderium's original submission. The thing is upside down and teal. Feral Furby. It does seem like a Furby in some capacity. Like, yeah, like a cheetah Furby, yeah. Very bright, very green. They also had a version of it that was with the visible colors. Hang on, let's see. My attempt, in order to try getting around the paradoxical task of a bad concept, and the entire point is a bad concept, I chose plagiarism. It's likely, as you can tell, this is a Furby. Okay, so it is a Furby! So we are getting that. That is working. The motifs are also squiggly lines with no rhyme or reason. Random cell parts, because that's the one thing I can sort of draw. I see. Okay, so it is cell parts. And Amber has noticed it's got endoplasmic reticulum forehead, which is, once again, cell parts, which we were able to identify in it. Here's the original one, without the crazy teal thing happening to it. Did add lore to the new one. Oh, rubs hands together? What is the new lore, Enderium? Would you like to tell us? Like we needed a warning for the OG? Oh, sorry. It was really bright, wasn't it? Eyes are forward, key feature of a hunter. That's true. That is true. I feel like I get that this is a Furby very quickly and easily. Posted next to it? Oh, is it? Hang on. In the 0s to 10s? Did I just not read far enough? Oh, wait, it's further down. I see it, I see it, I see it. Also, lore. This is Wara Shui Ug Kyorji. Oh boy, I'm mangling that for certain, and I'm so sorry. I, like a true teacher, mangle. Mangle all pronunciations, unfortunately. You can tell me how to say that properly, though, if you would like. Or the baby flesh ripper? Oh my god, Enderium. Subspecies of Furby. Uses its muscular talons to hold down prey and rip its flesh with its beak until it succumbs? Oh my god! Those are talons, and that is a beak that I do not trust. Its naked ears are covered with nematocytes, which constitute its main defense against bigger predators. What is a nematocyte? I don't know that biology word. Nematocyte. Okay. The Golgi pattern on its forehead is unique, and they use it to tell each other apart. The deep red eyes are caused by a natural fungicide in its tears. Why is it crying fungicide? Why does he hate me? Why? The more parasite it has, the more it secretes? Oh my god. Thus the redder its eyes will be. Captive bred have white eyes unless the chemicals re-added for aesthetics. They can also look in different directions with each eye. They're prone to face planting when running due to lack of arms and top-heavy stature. Oh my god. Oh, jellyfish shells. Oh my god, wait, so it stings things that touch its ears? Whoa, okay. So, Enderium, I forget. I feel like you've told us before. Are you a biologist? Or are you just very into animal evolution and biology? Dang. Because you did every one of those things that are a part of the way that this creature functions are shown here. Having red eyes in a real-life creature would allude to them being irritated. They do have sort of a patterning on their body that would make them easily disguised in the tall grass. Instead of critiquing color attractiveness, critique how well those colors are for the savannah. Those colors are good for the savannah. That's what I'm getting at here. Real-life creatures do not have to have good color harmony to exist as a creature. And I feel like we're critiquing this not as a character, but as a new species of animal that Enderium has invented for us today. Black spots are also shaped like mitochondria. Man, the mitochondria really is the powerhouse of this cell, isn't it, huh? Oh man, the congruent design of cheetah spots and mitochondria is also interesting and overlap. It's crazy. Hang on, figuring out how to grade this is actually a challenge. So for silhouette, we'll tell that this is a Furby immediately. It is completely symmetrical, but most real-life creatures are. How do I grade this? This is like an apple out of 10, but like not really. This is like me trying to grade somebody's real cat photo, I feel like, in some capacity. Do you know what I mean? Where we've designed a creature. We haven't designed something that is meant to be a character, because most animals that exist are completely symmetrical, so it's fine that it's symmetrical. It's actually slightly asymmetrical. That is true. The way you've drawn it is slightly asymmetrical, and the patterning is asymmetrical, but usually, biologically, this is actually so hard to grade. Hang on. So for color palette, we're going to grade it on how well it disguises itself in the savannah, which is full points. For silhouette, it has bilateral symmetry, as do most living creatures that are, living. Many have at least one line of symmetry in them, which makes sense. And the silhouette is very clearly giving Furby, which relates back to the concept pretty clearly. We do have sharpness in the silhouette too, to show there's a little more edge here. It's not just soft, furry, round, pleasant thing. No, no, no. The ears are sharp and the talons are sharp too. Complexity versus clarity. Man, you've stumped me on this one because I don't know how to grade. I don't know how to grade complexity versus clarity because, yeah, we could definitely make this into a marketable plush that children would probably have and buy at the zoo for $40 to like $60, as the zoo is wont to sell their plushies for. And yeah, I don't think it feels generic at all, so I guess that would be full points, right? Focal points. It is the eyes, because the eyes are bright red. But like, does this thing want me to look in the eye? I don't know. The eyes are, eyes are focal. Calling this thing's claws talons feels very Napoleon Dynamics is so goofy. I know. Let's be honest, 20 out of 10. I don't know. Oh wait, Rex, is that the pronunciation? Witakalulu? Is that how it was said? What are we pronouncing now? Can't wait to buy this for a crisp $38.99. Exactly. Or even crisper $44.98 even, as the zoo might want to sell it to you for. No, that Furby saying, tell me a joke? Oh! I've never owned a Furby, so I wouldn't know that. I've never really associated with Furbies in any capacity. For concept, you incorporated all of the elements of it into the way that it works as a biological creature, and we still have the hints back at cell anatomy? Positively insane moves being made here in Dirium, but every single one of the moves being made here paid off fantastically. You have invented a new species, and I think this thing, I will let it live in the shroom state. I will allow this creature to live in the shroom state. If you guys would like pets, you guys can ask Endirium about adopting some of these creatures, if you would like. What are they called again? If you want to have a baby flesh ripper in your house, you're permitted. That definitely sounds like something you don't want in your house. Politely declined. See, that's you could decide that. Would you keep one as a pet? Me? Well, seeing as how I'm not a baby, it might not want to rip my flesh, so I might be fine. People keep dogs as pets, and dogs will rip the flesh of a baby if not trained properly, so like, why not? People want bears as pets, and that's terrible also. Bad to keep a wild animal as a pet. I mean, that's true, but I feel like at the same time, there are certain things that are just domesticated. Are these domesticated? Like, and we're not talking like, oh, foxes have been domesticated. Not really. The fox did not want to be domesticated. People have been forcing that upon them, and it has varying results and success. Yeah, some animals want to be domesticated. Cats adopted themselves. Dogs also kind of adopted themselves. And then animals of prey we domesticate, but that's not really something they choose often. I don't know. What would a domesticated one look like? Probably piebald. Piebald is a very common trait in domesticated animals. I don't know if we know why that is, but that's just one of those like funny little biology facts. A lot of domesticated animals develop piebald as a pattern. If you don't know what piebald is, it's cow pattern. The white with dark spots. Or maybe it is just spotted. Yeah. Looks nervously? Why are you looking nervously at Zany? Are you afraid it's gonna eat Zany, or are you afraid Zany's going to eat it? Oh, did you at the wrong person? That might also be it. Let me give you your 10 out of 10 trophy. Weep. What? Congrats! It is with my great pleasure, Enderium, that I award you this. Honestly, this is such a unique and creative way of interpreting our challenge here. I love it. I adore every single part of it. Fantastic! Alright. I gotta keep us moving, though. I gotta go quick. Zany just saying hi. Alright. Now, we have Selma's. Selma redesigned their own one. Hang on. If I want to cry, it's just not working, but e.g. just pass where I go to despite... Wait. I'll just pass where I go to despite trying on and off. You might as well look at my original Zero-chan because this flopped? What do you mean this flopped? Selma, what do you mean? Selma, if you want me to show it, I don't have to show it if you are not feeling strongly about it, but I think this is totally a fine way of reinterpreting your previous design. Are you being mean to yourself? It is up to you. If you don't want to, have me show it. You don't have to. But I don't see any issues with it that would bear me just at a cold read from just encountering it in the wild. I would be like, all right, yeah. And I would show it because I'm proud of you, despite maybe you not being proud of you. I'm always proud of all of you. Oh, did I also not clap? Did I clap for Enderium? I think I was complimenting Enderium, but I don't know if I actually did a physical clap. I should physically clap. Be confident. That's what I'm saying, but at the same time, I don't want to push people to share things if they don't feel like they want to. So, you said mayhaps. Concretely. We can wait. We can come back to you if you would like to. You can. Just had a lot of promise that didn't turn out. Okay. I think it is worth looking at. Because I also like what you've done with several of the aspects of it. Here is Selma's redesign. I'm going to put you in a little darker background here because this is too bright. I feel like it fits the mood also to put a slightly darker background. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, let me close a couple of these so I can find where the monk was that Selma was redesigning from. There we go. Here's the monk that Selma redesigned from. We enjoyed for this one. This one scored surprisingly high for Zero-chan because we really liked the pattern work on it, which is something that you did preserve here. You did exaggerate your silhouette a little bit, which is what this needed in order to get more points. Reminds me of Hoster. What is Hoster? I don't know what that means. Is that a particular guy from something maybe? But once again, clarity, no trouble. You never had clarity in the issues in the first place. I can discern all of the edges of this pretty easily. And all of the details are nice. King in yellow. I don't know that one. I can Google that phrase though if need be. But the pattern work, still nice. Still happy to have it. Good for little details that make things feel more specific. I would say as far as clarity goes, pass. Whoop, hang on. There we go. I need a pen. That'd be helpful. There we go. Aster's an entity of the Cthulhu mythos. Knowing Selma, that may be related. Something to note, the angelic is basically floating rings and preferring perfection that is often seen through symmetry. Okay, so there is a conceptual angle for preferring symmetry here with the rings that are hanging around the neck. I mean, honestly, that's another one of those things where conceptually, a lot of monks or pastors or priests or anyone who is engaged in like religious worship in some organized manner, a lot of their ceremonial garb does tend to be very symmetrical also at the same time. So conceptually, I think you do have a reason to be symmetrical also. But for concept, I can very clearly determine that this is somebody in some type of religious garb. What type of organization they may or may not be serving, I will let you all determine. But I think conceptually I can tell that that's what's going on. Was there any other angle that was here? Mutton and Haggis failed their soul judgment for being too proud of their work. Oh no! Don't fail your soul judgment. Pass your soul judgments, fellas. Oh wait, also there's a repeating eye motif going on throughout that I think I see in the original too. But do we see subtly the eyes that are creeping up and down the, ooh, what do you even call these? The, like, scarf-like thing that's on the body. We've got the eye on the trim of the hem. We have the hands being posed around the medallion that's being worn around the neck to make that an eye. The eyes glowing in the dark of the hood. Yeah. Good repeating motif also. Eyes give me vibe of worshipping something that sees a lot, or something they can't see. Yeah! They worship the all-seeing eyes. Stole! Yes, that is the word. That's the word, isn't it, Kaneko? I need to create just like a list of the commonly used clothing piece words that I forget the names too often. But concept motifs. I think I'm putting down, or picking up what you're putting down pretty succinctly here. For focal points, the darkest part of the design being the inside of the hood does make me look to the face pretty quickly, I will say. The purple does compete just a little bit because it is brighter. It is more saturated than most anything else, and it's also used in the most sparing amount compared to the other colors that are present. But I would say the face is still the primary focal point for me. If not the face, it's the eye on the chest, but it seems like that's intentionally a focal point, where we've created lines with the arms leading into this point. These lead us up into this area. Close enough to the face. I would say this is pretty close to passing for a focal point. I might put it here, just because the purple on the insides of the ends is just a little distracting. But I think I'd put it there. For silhouette, it's a step up from the previous one for sure. I feel like we could have more exaggeration on the edges of things, where like we could tuck some things in tighter to the body and flare some things out a little bit more. But the new hood shape is better for recognition. This is funny little wizard or monk. I think we could use a little more specificity in the silhouette. It's almost there. Hang on, put this right here. And then color palette. Honestly, no concerns. Nice harmonious color palette, very warm undertone here that we didn't have before. This is much more cool. I feel like I trust this one more because of the warmer colors, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Should I trust this fella? Their face being covered in shadow and their smile with their eyes gleaming is making me think maybe I shouldn't trust them, but I'm not sure. But the colors are appealing, as they should be. They're harmonious. It's an interesting color palette. What do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10? I think that's what the average. And look at that! Look at that! Selma, you did better than I did, and you thought you'd do worse. You got a little more faith in yourself out there, fellas. You know, honestly, I'm glad that I'm taking up the bottom here. If someone has to have the lowest grade, I am so happy it's me. Not that I think, because I don't think anyone will have a grade lower than mine. You guys knocked it out of the park with this one in every way, shape, and form. With this challenge just entirely. Good work, Selma! Round of applause! You had nothing to fear here. I know maybe this is not work that you are the most proud of, but this is an 8.5 out of 10. I knew you could do well with it because you accidentally gave us a 7. We couldn't tear the skill of character design out of you even when you were trying to remove it from yourself. You were too attached to your strengths. Thanks, I think I felt it wasn't living up to what I could do. That's fair, but once again, that's the thing where we can't be inside your mind, so I don't know what you thought this would live up to. I can't see it. I can only see what I have here before me. And what I have here before me is great. So I think you're doing fantastically. Viewers will never know, but that is honestly the purest art struggle though, because I do that all the time where I'm like, oh, this could be way better. But people who are looking at it from an outside perspective are like, delicious, delectable, lovely. They never know. They never know what we think it could have been, or what the original picture we had of it in our mind's eye was. We can only do our best to convey it with what we can, and then people tend to love it anyway. Thank you, Selma. Namam art, exactly. We're being fed so well here. Yeah, it's like the 2 cake meme. It's the, oh, I baked a cake, but look at all these other cakes around it. These cakes are so much better. But all the people who are coming to that cake judging contest, or not even contest, all the people who are coming to this cake festival are like, yes, more cake. Bring on the cake. Hell yeah. Can we still do this challenge? Want to partake? Absolutely. All of the challenges that we've ever done, you guys are still welcome to contribute things to. And I was saying one day we may have a stream where we go back and go over some submissions that went into these challenges that were submitted after I did the stream for them. Because I want to make sure everybody's art that they are spending all that time that they've taken out of their day to work on is truly appreciated. Because I appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to do these with us. Yeah! I only pinned that when I wanted to give it a supportive reply. It's okay. I have accidentally pinned some very miscellaneous messages in the chat without intending to. Let's see, next we have Minmo's furious last minute fix. I chose Almi's cute design because it reminded me of dolls and Decora / Gyaru style, so I pushed more in that direction. I also wanted to challenge myself with the busyness and color palette. I hope they are still recognizable. Yes, I would say they are. This is such a fun interpretation of this design. Let's see. We'll put it here. I'll grab a bigger version of Almi's original design, but this is by, did I already say? This is by Minmo, or Minmo, not Minmo. Grab this. I will say, from like a personal standpoint, something about the color palette of this original one, despite the fact that it is so overwhelming and discordant, I loved it the way that it was in some capacity, just in like personal interest. I found it so interesting. Yeah, Surfboard Girl now has so much shape, and I think that taking the angle of Gyaru and having a more maximalistic style where we're keeping all those really bright colors is doing fantastic. Yeah. Skin tone holds it together. I would agree. A lot of the colors are seemingly direct references where the skin tone stayed the same. We've got probably every color that's appearing in here, just maybe a little bit more toned down. And we've removed a little bit of the pattern as well. The pattern work has been reduced. Also adding the doll nature to it with the craft supplies. She feels so little. She's so small. She's got her little ball joints that are so well rendered. She's got her, what do you call it? The flexible rulers. They call them tape measure? It's not tape measure. What do you call those like flexible rulers that are the fabric ones? What is the word for that? Is it just a tape measure? It might just be a tape measure. She's got her fabric tape measure tied around her hair. Her hair is made of yarn. I guess measuring tape. Yeah, I guess that would also work for it. Her hair, which this is such a fun thing to do for character designs also, where this almost feels like braids or dreads with how big and chunky the yarn is. We're using scale to our benefit, and it's so nice for the silhouette too. Classic Gyaru phone happening, also with the big nails. There's a lot of really good details. I can tell that either Minmo did a lot of research into Gyaru fashion or just knows it already, because there's a lot of the small points that are so fantastic for it. The ribbon and the sewing being done across the face is almost replicating also that like really bright nose bridge highlight that Gyaru makeup tends to like. This is lovely. And the layering too. This style of shirt I feel like is also common for that as well. It's so good. It's so cute. Concept-wise, I think you nailed it. Knocked it out of the park for sure. Wee wah. There we go. Oh man, my stomach is rumbling. I ate all that cottage cheese and I'm still hungry? Why is that happening? How is that possible? I'll have to get something for dinner. Oh, but I still have 45 minutes. Hang on. I might need to like... Thank you for a snack. Just eat a ton of fish crackers real quick so that I'm not hungry. It's all the tasty art. I know! All of these lovely fruit colors are making me so hungry. Here we go. Grab these. Get back. And I also just need to stop myself so that I can actually eat the goldfish crackers and not hold them in my hand. Mmm. Did you have need? What an apt timing to summon the Eldritch God of Goldfish Crackers. Speaking of fish crackers. Elder GG twice in a stream. It was nice to see you again. It wasn't I that was here before though. Someone else was here. Previously. Do you think... How do you think I would score on this rubric as the Eldritch Nightmare being that I am? How do you think I would score? I'm very asymmetrical in my silhouette. I'm very uncanny in my silhouette as well. I have a lot of positive negative space. I believe I pass the ladder check probably pretty easily. Although I do wonder, how would you go about making a plushie of me? Fish cracker out of 10? I would accept fish cracker out of 10 as a grade. Not goldfish out of 10, but a fish cracker. A goldfish is a real fish that lives and breeds and lives in a little fish tank. Fish crackers are little gold cheddar flavored snacks that I can eat. 8 out of 10, no focal point. Ah, that's true. There is no focal point at all right now. Although maybe the fish crackers around the head could be kind of focal. Recognizable as a plushie. That is okay. Okay, so maybe 8 out of 10 would be accurate here. That is sad that even in my truest form, I can't receive the 10 out of 10 trophy. Gary is focal? Man, Gary's not even me. Gary's out here stealing my spotlight as Elder Gigi. I can do something about that. Be gone. How about now? Now what is my focal point? Whoa! Like one of those children's drawings made into a plushie. That would make sense for me as a plushie, perhaps. Would be tough. Oh, see? This is what happens when you talk about Gary like that. He just goes away. He'll come back. I'm sure he'll come back later. I didn't lock him away in the dark void or anything like that. No, that'd be too cruel. I have just, you know, I have let him into the all-you-can-eat concrete buffet for maybe the next 5 minutes. And I'm going to spin kick you as a result of also complaining. You can F for respect for Gary all you want. He's fine. He's doing fantastic even. Your funny little bats cannot reach me here. I'm far too tall and I'm far too menacing, and your bats cower in my majesty. They don't reach me. Gary doesn't deserve to be in the basement. Gary, you're not supposed to be back yet. I thought you were enjoying the concrete buffet. Come on, shoo, shoo, shoo. He made a cameo. He'll be back in a couple minutes. He teleported back. He missed you. He loves you all very dearly, but don't worry. He's in good hands. I'm taking good care of him. He'll be all right. Witnessing exile in real time? I'm not exiling anyone. No one has been exiled in this circumstance. He's not been exiled. What are you talking about? Far too tall, 5 centimeters in height. Mother. Your mother is not here. Gary, I don't even think you have a mother. I don't think that's how shroom propagation works. I think the concept of mothers is not present. Your parent is not here right now. Also, what makes you think that in my eldritch form, I'm only 5 centimeters tall? Whoa, hang on. T-pose like this is kind of strange. This is kind of perplexing as a T-pose. The arm has T-posed straight down, and I'm not sure why that is occurring. Whoa. Oh boy, okay. Well, still back here anyway. Gary's mother? Gary can be your mother if you like, shroomates. I don't think mushroom reproduction works in any way like the way you guys are asserting it might. Mushrooms reproduce asexually. And a lot of us are just, technically I feel like clones of each other, right? We all grow from the same mycelium. Does that make us separate entities or one big entity? Despite being eldritch, I'm not what is the word? Not omnipotent. I don't know everything. I don't know everything despite being unknowingly old and unknowingly scary and unknowingly strange. It makes you limbs. I mean, that's true. It does make me limbs. Omniscient. Yeah, that's what I want. Omniscient. My brain said omnipotent. That doesn't work. So I actually don't know what's happening right now. We're doing onion rotation again. Wait. If I hold my head like this, does the onion stop rotating? No. Oh! Ow! What was I doing with my neck? Ow! Why, were you guys... Gary! Where's my son? Have you seen my son? Where have you gone? Where's Gary? What were you doing to my neck, also? What's happening? Where's Gary? Gary, come back! Where is he? Where's Gary? What did you guys do to him? Makes you synapse in the mycelium brain? What are you talking about? It sounds like we're doing Death Grip songs. Through your brain, through your brain. How does that song go? I don't know where my son went. I'm trying to do got blood rushing my head. Check the concrete buffet? Maybe. Oh no, we truly could sing Gary Come Home right now. Oh no. Where is my son? Hang on, we can check the concrete buffet for him. I'll see if I can find him.
Your alter ego banished me to the shadow realm, parent.
How could they? Gary! Oh my god, thank you for telling me. I'm glad you're back. That was scary. I thought I was gonna be without you forever. That'd be heartbreaking. I don't remember what I was doing before this happened.
I was
How could
abducted.
they?
It was disturbingly eldritch. However, they made the mistake of confining me in a concrete
Oh,
prison.
rookie mistake.
Therefore, I have returned.
Rookie mistake. Gary ate his way out of prison. Gary's gone. The flesh ripper got to him? No! Gary's not a baby, so the baby flesh ripper wouldn't want to eat him. Have some concrete to eat to help you feel better. I don't like that we've just fully accepted that Gary's eating concrete. I don't think he should do that still. Gary, I understand that you had to eat concrete out of necessity to survive prison. You know, life in prison is tough. So you do have to do what you can to survive. But like, now that you're out, we should put you on a healthier diet. How do you feel about cottage cheese, Gary? Also, I think I am suffering from the fact that cottage cheese is probably relatively low in calories, despite eating a good quantity of it. I think that's why I'm hungry. I thought it'd work as a lunch. It did not. Poll it? Poll what? What are we polling? I know we're polling. We're grading is what we're doing, actually. Hang on, I gotta close some things, though. Bye, Flesh Ripper! Bye, Monk of some capacity. Oh, her! Her! Baby person refers to itself. Oh, wait, so it is a baby of the flesh-ripping variety, so it would eat Gary, or would it? Please specify, Indirium. Already had a cottage cheese bowl? Yeah, we did have a cottage cheese bowl. Quite low calorie if you get the 0% fat one. That is, in fact, what we had, so I'm gonna guess that that means despite whatever amount of it I ate, was probably not enough calories to qualify as lunch. Would eat Gary? So actually I'm banishing
Unless
them from the
cottage
state.
equals conch and cheese equals cret, then I am not interested.
Gary, you have to try new foods, man. Come on, variety is the spice of life. You're missing out on so many great, fantastic things that exist out there in the world. You have to try new foods, but yes, Panda Rosemarie, I don't know why I full named you there. But yes, we do need to focus, mayhaps. Nourish yourself, Shroom Sensei? I am, don't worry, hang on. I'll eat fish crackers. Sadly, becoming an Eldritch Nightmare does affect my ability to eat fish cracker. Snack, and then we'll be back. You're doing neck stretches and you fell asleep, woke up. Trust? Thanks! I do trust you, Callie. I appreciate it.
You speak truth, parent. I shall start eating something more healthier than concrete. I am moving to eating dirt, true natural food. But
That I can't
mother,
accept.
concrete is a solid snack.
You got a lot to say right now, man. I'm glad you're filling the silence while I'm chewing, but as a mushroom, I do approve of eating dirt. That's fine, actually. As long as it is dirt that has the proper amount of, like, nitrates and hydrogen and other things that it should have, all the macronutrients that dirt should contain, then that's fine. Yes, I'm also still not mother. I will never be a mother. I am just parent. If we add nitrate to the concrete? I think you're missing the point here. The concrete is the reason why we don't want to eat the concrete. So even if you add things to the concrete, it's still concrete. Dirt at least comes from organic material. It's crushed concrete, not just a spicy dirt. The fact that you are implying that concrete would be spicy is very perplexing to me. If you find concrete to be spicy, then you may have an allergy and should probably stop eating concrete. So, this design. The color palette. Lovely. This is a good way of making all these really... Hang on, I'm having a peanut butter moment with fish cracker. It's like stuck to my mouth. Hang on, I need to like... Oh, there we go. My mouth got like incredibly dry. Colors! This is a fantastic way of reinterpreting this color palette where it is still very bright and saturated and colorful feeling, but it's a little bit toned down in a way that makes it more palatable to our eyeballs. This is overwhelming and intense in all ways because there's so much saturation everywhere. But here we've made all the saturation conglomerate around the head. I think this might be a sweeping gradient I'm detecting, which is pushing the focal point higher, despite there being some what could be brighter colors in the shoes. But the face is quite focal. This gal would use her old version as a surfboard. Likely. This would make a killer surfboard design, though. But color palette. Lovely! Silhouette. Let me do a silhouette check here real quick. Yep, there we go. Grab that, grab that. Grab these little bits. Whoop. There we go. Invert that. Bam. Oh, I got the shadow on the floor. I don't think this counts. Hang on. Close enough. There we go. I would say this is a passing silhouette. The arm pose is making it a little bit harder to tell what's going on with the arms themselves. But we do see a little bit of the ball jointed stuff affecting the silhouette. The hair design is affecting the silhouette in a nice way. The keychain is a nice moment. The bows on the back of the shoes. These are nice. And then yeah, the tape on the top of the head is adding to the silhouette as well. I feel like this is pretty decent. Let's do a little ladder test here also. I feel like this design might be completely symmetrical, but just with some little touches of asymmetry in the silhouette. It's not completely symmetrical, like, in general. The hair is asymmetrical. For sure. Whoop, hang on. Why did that happen? A line. There we go. Weep. Whap. Hang on. Bottom of shoe. Line on top of it. Top of that part of the shoe. Leg warmer. The bow seems to sit a little bit higher. We've got that other part of the bow that sits lower. Got that in the thigh area. The bottom of the skirt. Bottom of the shirt. Bottom of the jacket. The jacket is hanging off of one shoulder, so I might have to draw that there. Then we do have the green shirt. We have the gold shirt, which is somewhere in here, question mark. Next off, we've got a little bit of thing on that side that's asymmetrical. Are her earrings zippers? Because if so, that's so cute. There we go. The movement in her face is rather interesting, where I hate to draw a flat line across it, but there is some movement in her face. We've got diagonals in her hair area. Hang on, this is a diagonal too that I don't really know how to draw for. That's a diagonal. I think that's pretty much all of the lines I'm seeing here. There we go. Would you want to climb this one? Bit of a habit of making symmetrical designs. There is good natural asymmetry in it, and as we can see from this ladder, there's enough of it that I'm not too bugged. If some of it touched the silhouette, that would make it even stronger. But honestly, this is pretty acceptable as a ladder, I will say. Thank you for your dangerous ladder contributions. I'm feeling much better from having had them. Ow. Oof, ouchie. I'm gonna attempt to climb this and then come out as a ghost. Gosh. Good clustering of detail around the face. Good diagonal movement around the face. Also some little breaks in the rung closer to the face too. Good variety in the spaces between them. Ouch! Why would you do that to me? I would say this passes for silhouette pretty well. Complexity versus clarity. Honestly, I'm not having any trouble determining the edges of objects against each other here. All of the edges are pretty well and clearly defined. Then, as far as level of detail goes, this would make a very cute, just like little doll. Have you guys seen where they make the like Nendroid style dolls, but like with posable limbs? Like not Nendroid specifically, but like little tiny like ball jointed dolls. They're probably just called like a chibi ball jointed doll or something. Some of you guys know more about that stuff than I do. But this would work so well as one. It could be so cute because a lot of these elements are already so big and exaggerated that we could just kind of keep them one-to-one. The hair would be very fun to interpret also for that. Oh, the variety of hair hanging out around the face with the colors of it is also really nice for the focal point, as is the yellow of the measuring tape that is only occurring in the head area. Is good. Was this Monster High inspired? Ooh, you know, I could maybe see that from the way that the ball joints are done and the exaggeration in a lot of the shapes. But yeah, complexity versus clarity, no trouble. Focal point, honestly, no trouble either. I believe we have another 10. Good work! Good work! It's so cute! I love her! Can we get a round of applause, please? Lucky Cycler, is that you? Do you have a different name than your Discord name? I would believe it if that is true, because it seems like you were responding as if it is you. Are you Minmo? Actually, I did notice I was thinking about it during drawing it. Okay, so it probably is you. Good work! Thank you for entering. She's so cute. I love her. I love all of our girlies. Here's my question, though. Did I accidentally, by calling her Zero-chan at some point, did I accidentally make us only design girls? Were there any? I mean, Zany didn't have... Zany's is more masculine design. And then Enderium's was just totally not even human in any capacity. But I feel like those were the only ones. I feel like I accidentally, subconsciously influenced you guys to draw girls. Sorry, yeah? No, nothing to be sorry about. No, you're good, you're good. I just wanted to clarify. Creature isn't really clear. I mean, that's true also. Fair. Fair. I was just noticing a trend that I was seeing sort of across a lot of the designs, which may be that I'd influenced it, but it might also be the fact that we tend to critique mostly feminine designs on stream also, potentially. Girls are easy to make into bullets. Oh, maybe. Yeah, feminine designs having long hair does make for easier bullet hair. Designing feminine designs, that's true. I feel like, as far as fashion goes too, a lot of the shroommates, we've got a very 50-50 split, I will say, between genders for them. It's not even 50-50, it's like, I think close to a quarter of my audience is other, or prefer not to say, which I'm going to assume is the NBs. Hell yeah, fellow NBs. But then the rest of it's a pretty even split between people who identify as male and female. So I'm wondering if people are drawing the kinds of clothing they are more comfortable with drawing? I don't know. I'm trying to just determine if there's any trends here, which is interesting. Hoarding all the genders? That's fine. You can have them. Zany, I'll give them to you. I don't want any of them. I don't want any genders. You can have all, like, 50 or 70 of them that there are. I don't want them. I'll make donations. Almy! Hang on, so we've got Almy and Nilo, and then we've gone through all the first submissions. Oh, and Almy's is for the same one! Oh my gosh, it was a similar idea too, but in a much more, like, pared down way. Look at her! I love this color gradient for the hair already. Hang on. Look at her! Let me read what Almy had to say about it. Redid my own design. I think I got carried away, so her palette changed a bit. Re-uploaded with a few corrections. That's fine! You can change her as much as you want! You can change her as much as you want! She's so cute! Look at her! The gradient in her hair! Once again, this is very J-fashion inspired, and I think she is. Is she Gyaru? She is! Both of them ended up being Gyaru! Asymmetry happening from the fact that she's got two different little hair ties. Her socks are just completely different socks. Classic one high sock and then the other that's not. Little keychain of a cute little character. You preserved a couple of things, I would say, which is you've got the blue skirt, you've got flatter shoes with orange socks, you have the gold shirt happening, you've got arm warmers, and then all the clips happening in the hair, but you just made it a much more concrete execution of this design. Big fan of small limbs with really big accessories / shoes at the end. Yeah! It's contrast, and we love it. Let's do a little silhouette check here. Bam! Yeah! If I didn't know better, I would maybe think this is a Miku, but that's just because I am Miku-brained. I have been poisoned. Anything with pigtails, my brain is like, Miku? But big, super exaggerated shapes for the hair, great. Her ears add a lot to silhouette. This is a good way of making it so that the earrings can add to the silhouette too. Her little plushie adds some asymmetry. Her big old socks and her shoes. Fantastically memorable. The difference here is night and day. But also the posing helps too. The fact that you put the arms so flush to the body, which you did intentionally, does make for a worse silhouette, of course, intentionally. But here the posing helps. Right out the gate, good silhouette. There we go. Good silhouette. Let's do a ladder test. I'm not giving it to you guys easily today. You're not gonna get an easy ladder, forget. Hang on, so this is here. This is here. This is here. This goes across. This goes across. This is diagonal. This little bunny plush is only on one side. The sleeves are at least symmetrical, and I'm going to assume if her arms were down, they would come to there. Bottom of that. Bottom of that. Top of that. She's got necklaces. Her chin. Oops, hang on. These clips in her eyes are also giving a couple of lines through her face, which I might need to space a little bit more correctly. There's the eyes, here's the bottom of her hair. Sunglasses! The top of her head! One of the accessories is shorter, the other one is taller. That's a lot of lines. How much do you want to climb this one, Shroommates? I don't think it's happening. I don't think we're doing it. I think full points for silhouette. Checks out here. Yeah, thanks. I do agree, Selma. For color palette. Oh, this is such a nice, like, citrusy palette. She feels so refreshing from the use of these bright greens, the orange. This is technically an analogous palette, although we are using more than half of the color wheel. We can tell it's analogous because we've gradiented, or gradated from blue to green to yellow to orange to, like, the red undertones of the browns. It's very lemon lime, yes, which is also very refreshing, a la Sprite or 7-Up. It's so good. It's delectable. It's delicious. So I will say for the color, good choices. I will say, though, I do agree with Mad Buns, though. I do wish that the hair color was pushed a little bit darker for clarity's sake, because that would help make the head even more focal. Because right now, where is the focal point? There's a lot of things happening kind of everywhere for me. And I do wish that the head was more focal. If just this, like, bangs chunk in the front, what is, like, on her head, not even the braids, I feel like the head would be more focal if that was the case. So I might have to, for clarity, put you here. Top, for me, it's the braids. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Boopy doopy doop. So, focal point? Question mark? I feel like I've thought too hard about focal points, and therefore I am not good at cold reading focal points sometimes anymore. I don't know. Midsection feels focal. Used too light of a line art color, unfortunately, so it looked darker as I was drawing. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Midsection is a band of yellow. That's fair. Star motif for bingo. Yes, there is a star motif for bingo if you would like that. I do... Whoa, wait, hang on. Hang on, hang on, wait, look at this. Thank you, Almy. I have bingo. My first bingo since May! And it's two-way bingo, too! Granted, we went through way more designs today than we usually do, but I haven't gotten bingo since May! I'm so happy. I finally won something. Congrats! Thank you, thank you. I worked very hard for it. I put in a lot of time training at the bingo training grounds. I worked hard for this award, and I'm so glad that I can finally see it come to fruition. So, I will say, I don't think that... for focal point, I don't know if I can give you full points either, because you have clustered a lot of details around the face, but the contrast is making it so that the face isn't as focal as it could be, unfortunately. But concept and motifs, I think you absolutely nailed. Repeating motif of little stars, and also things that feel almost fruit-like with the trim and the underside of the skirt. You've got the leopard pattern that repeats throughout, which adds a nice little bit of interest to it. It's good. It is lovely. What is this grade here we have, though? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 again. So many 8.5s. So many good designs today. This is helping me recover from all the psychic damage I've ever had in my life, probably. It's either 10 or 8.5 today. Yeah, it is funny how many designs have been getting these same grades here. Fruit Inspo and J Fashion reminds me of Fruit Magazine. I've seen Fruit Magazine. I think I have that. There's an archive of magazines that I think I saw that in. I can't remember. But I think I know what you're talking about. But she's so cute. Cries in 9.5. A couple of you have had 9.5s too. I mean, granted, we are gonna have a lot more repetition in grade since so many of these are going to be really high towards the 10 area, intentionally. So it makes sense that we're gonna have a lot of repetition, I would say. Can we get a round of applause for Almy, please? She's so cute. She's lovely. Thank you for participating both times. Thank you for redesigning your own as well. Let me close these fellas. So that way I can open some more fellas. Were there any more? I have the Nilo submission. Nilo, you redesigned your own design. I started to redesign yours, and then I didn't finish it in time, but I'll show you my terrible purple sketch that I had started and then didn't go any further with. I was gonna turn her into a robot. Here was my start of a sketch that I didn't get further than. No head, no arm. I had like 10 minutes and then got pulled away to do other tasks and then never got to return. But she was going to start. She was going to happen. But here, let's look at Nilo's. So Nilo redesigned your own. I zeroed all in onto the rose aspect. So she's a gardener now. Her hair and scarf is supposed to look like rose leaves. I didn't know what to do with the yellow, so I made it into a thorn lining. But I don't know if it's obvious. Kind of reminds me of the Genshin metal lining. Oh no, it's infecting me! Also, just notice the twin tails kind of look like Nilo's. Also noticing that I never flipped the canvas and it shows she's leaning, like the Tower of Pisa. That's okay. She's been working hard in the garden, and it's tough out there. So, leaning more into the rose and gardener aspect of the design, I think I'm seeing the concept pretty clearly. She's got her sun hat on to keep her safe from the harsh rays of the sun. She's got her, her leaf-shaped tail ends for her scarf. She's got roses for her little hair ties. She's even got roses and rose thorns wrapped around her hat. I do see that you have tried to stylize the damage to the clothing as being comparable to rose thorns, which does work out pretty well also. Oh yeah, I forget that the name is actually Nilu when I'm not referring to Nilo. Whose name is also Nilu, but I have just mispronounced it forever and we got used to it. Thank you for tolerating me and my whatever happens to me and my ability to pronounce things. Really like how sharp the pigtails are. Me too. She seems like she is very disgruntled to be working outside, but she's in it. She is getting her hands dirty. Her skirt is stained from all the dirt. Her hair even has a little bit of the dirt in it, which is nice too. Some nice sharp shape language, also contrasting the nice round shapes of the roses and the hat, the area around her head, the ends of her sleeves. So I bet that she is, if I were to guess some personality here, this is someone who looks like a grump, but is probably very fantastic and lovely once you get to know her. If I had to guess. Let me do a little silhouette check here. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. Was that all of it? I think that was all of it. Invert. There we go. Dark color. Bam. The hair is carrying the silhouette a lot, but you've got a big moment of asymmetry in the dress. She is leading. The asymmetry of the hat, also the natural asymmetry coming from the fact that you drew both the pigtails separately. I think one of the gloves is higher on the arm than the other is too. A lot of very natural asymmetrical moments happening here. Let's get a ladder test in. I won bingo, so I'm gonna continue being stingy about not forgetting my ladders. Oh, and the socks are not level either. Got that, you've got this. You have a big accessory on one side of your body, the pocket, the top of the overalls, your leaf, the bottom of your scarf, the top of your scarf, the top of your roses, the bottom of your chin, your eyeballs, your hairline, your hat. I feel like this also counts as a line. Got a second one on top of it, and then the hat kind of comes to one height though. What? Yeah, I see a prediction already coming through. I would agree with you, Rex. Once again, we are not clearing the legs on this one, fellas. We're not even getting even remotely close to halfway there. And then this is just like the finger crusher 10,000. Also, your fingers are not surviving this. I don't think you could even fit a shoe between these rungs at all. Good clustering around the face, like we love to see. Upper half focus too. Good. Silhouette. No notes. Whoops, hang on, make this larger. There we go. Silhouette. No notes. New punishment, criminals must climb that ladder. That's true. New punishment, well actually, that's illegal. You can't punish people. You can't incur cruel and unusual punishment on prisoners. We can't do that. I agreed with you immediately without thinking. We can't do that. That's not nice. We shouldn't do that. Mods, make them climb the ladder. That is a good alternate phrase to mods ban them. Maybe that can be our code word. If I ever see something where I need action to be taken, mods, make them climb the ladder. Punish bots by sending them to Shroom State Penitentiary? That's fair. That works better, I would say. Wouldn't that be cruel and unusual? Yeah, it would be cruel and unusual, and I don't think we need our punishments to be cruel and unusual. I feel like forcing someone to climb a ladder is definitely unusual also. Mods, ladder them. Mods, crush their knees on the ladder. Mods, destroy their fingers on the ladder. Advertise as we made to climb the ladder. That also, especially when they do weird stuff. Color. Having a slightly darker, more desaturated palette, I think does work to the benefit of this tonally, where we are getting a little bit more of the sharpness. Feels a little more natural also to go along with the outdoor gardening angle, the natural world being a little bit less intense in its colors and its saturation sometimes, not always. Sometimes the world is very saturated. But it's a little more earthy feeling, you know, she's connected to the earth. Also, it makes her feel like she's less cheerful, which is corroborated by the look in her eyes. Yeah. Follow the rules and you won't have to find out. Yeah, no, don't make us figure out what the ladder is like. Color palette, I would say passes. For clarity, I don't really have any issues determining the edges of objects against each other. This would make a very cute marketable plush also, I am so sure. So I would say that this is also passing complexity versus clarity. The orange hair, as we say, redhead advantage, is making the upper half of the body very focal. The scarf being the only thing that is green, though. Ew. If you had exaggerated the vine on top of the hat a little bit more, you could have even had like offshoots come off of it. If it was bigger and more exaggerated, it might frame the face a little bit better and then sandwich the face as being more focal. But yeah, the scarf is drawing my attention a lot to a degree where I might have to go like this. But I do think I'm getting the concept very clearly without any troubles. Mayhaps. Chukishi, I'm glad you're here. Hello. What is this grade? 2, 4, oh that's 9.5. I don't have to count. There we go. 9.5 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause? Yeah, another 9.10 or 9.10. 9.5 out of 10 to join the club with Mad Buns and a couple other fellas. Yay! Good work, Nilo! She is lovely. I love this redesign, and I'm so glad you redesigned yours, because I wanted to redesign her, and I'm glad you took that opportunity. So, I think we got all of the round 1 submissions. Oh, Aomi has already changed the hair. Yeah, look at the difference this makes for focal point, just immediately. Woo! Yeah! Look how much of a difference that makes already with the hair for the focal point of the face. Fantastic. But, let's close these for now. Which redesign would win in a fight with all the others? I don't know, because I feel like most of these 10s don't want to fight each other. I feel like most of these are sweet, gentle girlies who do not want to attack. But in Dirium, I have a hunch that you are asking that question because you are probably guessing that yours would win. And I think you're probably right in that assumption. There we go. Close all those. Let's see. We can go for some round 2s, but I don't know if we'll get to all of them because I think there were like 4 of us who drew more than one design, but we'll see. Was I the first person to draw a second one? I might have been. I can just grade this really quickly. I do want to share this one because I want my redemption. I want my redemption because I didn't do a very good job on the other one, and I drew this one faster, and I feel like this one is actually much stronger. Quick redemption is that this is Onyx Galeria's design, which was some type of angel. Let me scroll back up and see if I can find if there was any more detail about what type of angel this was. There we go. Just says Ait. This is Rei-chan, who is built like a surfboard. I gave her an added angle of being clown core because I think the combo of red in the hair was making me think, or with the gold in the clothing was making me think of Ronald McDonald. So I made her a little more clown-like. Classic jester collar, the red fluffy hair. She's got her clown hat on and her puff shorts. I think the socks also make sense for that too. I made her wings actually add to her silhouette now, where they're more spread out, and I reinterpreted, I don't know what this head accessory was, but I redesigned that into wings. Then, because there was all this galaxy motif happening and like a rising sun in the background, I was like, all right, what if star motif also? So we've got a little bit of a starry sky and planet motif happening. We've got some little planets in her hair. All of her little puffballs are 5-pointed like they are stars. And then I made her little pom-pom up here a planet for silhouette. And then this also doubles as a halo. Right? Cute. Also, she's got big clown shoes. Did I miss anything? Might be it. Shroommates! What are your grades here? Wait, we can very quickly grade this one. I will say, not the best thing I've ever made. Also, there is something wrong here. I don't know what happened right there. Why is this one a different color? I don't know what I did. Why did that happen? 9.5, 9.5, 9.5? Do the Shroommates concur this is a 9.5? 12. Thank you. I'm honored that you think this is a 12. For me, my room for growth here is probably that the colors are still kind of intense. I probably could have pared them down a little bit better, and I probably could have posed this a little better for silhouette. But the fact that I designed this straight ahead and had the pose before the design did not help, unfortunately. That's okay, though. 9.5, 9.5. Seems like we are in consensus. What is the half point that you guys are taking off for? I'm just curious. Critique me. What can I do better? Good focal point, good silhouette, good ladder. The details are good, but I do think the wings are a bit plain. Ah, that's fair. I was trying to have them be a moment of rest, but I probably could have made them a little more specific. I agree. I agree. Are there any other potential critiques for me? Oh, it's Press. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you. Eyes aren't focal for me. I ended up accidentally focusing on making the head focal, but I think the focal point is here and not the eyes, unfortunately. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I will do my best to. Can we rotate a little bit for its Press, please? Where's my rotation? There we go. Rotation. The head wings are focal to me. That's fair. So wait, given that the wings are lacking in detail and that the eyes aren't really focal, the head is still focal, but it's not really the face. Would this maybe be more befitting of a... Would this be more befitting of a 9 maybe than a 9.5? 0 on the one white sleeve. Oh, really? Okay. I can see why that might happen also, because that is the only element that is really that bright and white and that large. That's true. That's true. I see that. Yeah, 9 out of 10? I think 9 out of 10 sounds fair. I can live with that. So the green wing maybe could be used more. Tone down the torso and it's perfect. Fair. I probably could have pushed this whole wing more into like these colors that are down here. Or this whole arm, and that might have been better too. I see. But I think 9 out of 10 sounds fair. I don't want to grade my own things because that's hard to be unbiased about. I think she's cute, but I know she's not perfect. Nothing I make ever will be, probably. But she's much better than my other one was. What? So here, we'll keep moving. Next extra credit, can we design animals? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about what our next plans are in a second here. Oh, but also for anybody who needed clown stuff for concept for their bingo, that was clown. We had clown for that one. Also, angel. Did I not have that as an option here? Wow, I didn't get either of the things this would check a box for. What the heck? Betrayal. I did use a color layer earlier, though. Oh, we did off-the-shoulder jacket, too. I almost have 3 bingos. Double bingo? Let's go! Do we know if the next extra credit is yet, or is it too early? We're gonna discuss that at the end of the stream today. Let's see, can I get like 1 or 2 more in here really quickly? For looking at submissions. Lamia's second one, which is also of... I think of Almies too. Yeah! I shouldn't have closed Almies, but we know what Almies looked like in the back of our mind. Clown was in bingo, it's that common. It is pretty common, I will say. We have another Almy take, but this take is much more different than the other 2, I will say. Much more exaggeration, and this one didn't go as far into like a Gyaru direction, I will say. Let me grab Almies again. Ooh, scroll down really fast. Come on, scroll really quickly. Ooh, there it is. Got it. I would say this is much more one-to-one than the other ones were. It just essentially took what the original design had and emphasized it more. There we go. Need to find my clown brethren. Oh, there's plenty of clown brethren for you to find. So, silhouette. First things first, the way you've pulled the hair back around the shoulder area and then made it really flare out down at the bottom of the body, so that way we get the silhouette of the upper body. Lovely, fantastic. Subtle asymmetry and the little bits of hair that are sticking out off the top of the head, also lovely. Big, giant puff sleeves are good for the silhouette also, as is having the unmatching little cuff link at the bottom of the one arm. Did keep a lot of the elements very similar here across. Got more decor than Gyaru vibe, also tried to keep it recognizable. Yeah, I would say this is definitely recognizable in the fact that you kept blue skirt with fluff at the top and the bottom of it. You kept the pink collar with the bell. I can see all the references you make, even down to the fact that this one has cross earrings you have. Wow, this is very close. The fishnets, the ripped stuff on one side, you made one of the socks higher. Wow, this is very close. I see a little bit of decora, but if you were going for decora, we probably could have turned that up a couple more degrees. There's higher detail around the face, but I feel like decora is clearer to us when there is the face as a moment of rest, where all of the detail and all the craziness is everywhere else in the outfit, but the face is the relaxing point, mayhaps. Maybe. But conceptually, I feel like this is another one of the ones where, is there a concept outside of replicating this? And I don't think this especially had a concept, did it? We're still getting a lot of the same things coming across, but I don't know. It's a mix of decor with the colors and bandages mixed with Gyaru. Feels like cyber street fashion, which is also cool. That's true. I feel like, yeah, we're just trying to figure out what the right word for this fashion style is, more or less. So, color palette-wise. So, some of the colors, I feel like in the back of the hair are feeling, I don't know if muddy is the word I want. And this particular pink is a little bit odd. This might just be an unusual color combo for me. I think it's working okay, though. Still very loud kind of everywhere, and as a result my eyes are looking for a moment of rest from all the saturation, and I do land on the skirt for that purpose a little bit, but I may need other thoughts about color. Speed ran it a bit, that's fine. Struggled a lot with the colors, understandable. Not an easy palette to pull off. The OG could be the concept. You know, I guess that is fair. Conceptually, this is just a reinterpretation of this, so I guess that makes sense. Under those circumstances, I would give you full points, because it is very clearly a reference to Aomi's design. The colors, I'm not sure, are fully figured out. I feel like after having seen some other interpretations of them, there might have been a way of handling them that was less overwhelming still. But I feel like that might just be my own personal bias, maybe, with colors. People who like really maximalistic color choices, how do you feel about the color? I'll come back to it. Oh man, this might actually be the last one I can do, because I do need to finish up kind of on time today. No! We'll have to have another stream where we look at more designs, perhaps, because there are, I think, at least one or two other second submissions we had. Maybe it would have been smarter for fairness I only did one submission per person. Living to learn each. I'm gonna keep the neon bright colors, but balancing things was hard. It is hard. Having like a couple of neon colors in something offset by colors that aren't neon can make them feel washed out and weird. It's a tough color palette to try and figure out. I love it. The pink gives you a break and the rest is amazing. Alright, I trust Riruku on that. Riruku tends to be pretty fashion knowing, so if it passes your examination, I'll pass it. Reminds me of Shantae, low-key? Really? Interesting. Weirdly, the face is focal, at least. Yeah. The face for me is focal, too. And I'm trying to figure out why that is exactly here. I think it's level of detail, because you've got all the clips, you've got more colors appearing in a smaller area than in most other places, with the little streaks. The contrast of the really bright, like, lime green against the darker skin tone is contrasting also. It's one of the few big areas of orange. Oh, the top. The top is also sort of focal too. I'm kind of torn about focal point here, because there's a lot for me where the face is focal in some capacity because of the level of detail. The top is the biggest area of that orange, because right here it's not high contrast with the oranges. Here it is very high contrast. It's set against a brighter red and darker blue in the skin tone. But then at the same time, my eyes are looking for an area of rest because the colors are so bright and I'm landing on the skirt. So I might have to go here for focal point. It feels like the head is fighting, but it's not fully winning yet, maybe, if that makes sense. What do I have left here? Silhouette. Oh, silhouette's gonna be fine. I was talking silhouette already. You know, maybe we won't grade the other ones that are final submissions. We'll just look at them and sing their praises a little bit so we can just see all of what was submitted. Just fast, quick before I have to go. There we go. Silhouette. I would say this passes. This is a wild silhouette. Big, chunky sleeves. The hair is really crazy. It almost feels like a skirt. Maybe adding patterns could help. Yeah, mayhaps. Silhouette is great. No concerns here in this department. And then complexity versus clarity. I'm not really having any issues reading the edges of objects against each other, and the level of detail is something that I could plushify without too much trouble, probably, because everything's already so exaggerated. It all works out. So this is very heavy in the large shapes department. Not as many medium shapes, and even less small shapes. You only have small shapes like right here in the arm, a couple in the tears of the leg, and around the face, so there wouldn't be much to remove. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 out of 10? Yippee! Join me in the 9 out of 10 range. Whee! Another round of applause. Kind of glad you'll not grade my second one. It was rushed and my art juices ran out, so I gave up. Oh no! Thank you for drawing another one, though. I appreciate it. Let's just real quick look at the other second submissions that were sent in. Let's see. Who else submitted a second one? I think it was... Okay, Inky. That was Mia's second submission. Oh, Banny! Oh, Banny redesigned the one that was the Christmas elf, which was Nocturne's, but turned her into a fruit bat. Honestly, she's so cute, though. You used, like, the mesh for her legging of, like, one of those baggies you buy oranges in. She's got a really loose top, which is nice for silhouette. She's got her little fruit earrings, which is so cute. Yet another refreshing gold and green color palette. The hair design with putting the beads on the bottom end of it, too, that almost resemble lime and lemon and lime, or even bubbles are cute. She's got bandages, which I feel like, were those in the original one? It's really interesting because despite the fact that you've changed this so much from the original design, I could still tell that it's inspired by it from the facial proportioning and the hair, which is very interesting. Top is also like a store plastic bag. It is, with the way it's like hanging almost off the body. That's so interesting. Made her sporty. That's true. You did make her very sporty. She's so cute. Her big old ears are good for silhouette. No, this is nice. Honestly, if I did grade this, I am sure this would do pretty well as far as grading goes. Let me see. Was there another second submission from someone? Or wait, was that it? No, wait. I think that was it. That might be the only other second submission. Hang on. I didn't miss any of them. That was all of them. That's all. I can grade it if you want. We're not too far over. I can grade it if you want. Just real quick. Just real quick. But if you don't want me to, because you didn't want me to, you said earlier you were okay with me not doing it, that's okay. We got through all of them. Yippee! Round of applause again. Sure, grade it. All right, we kind of went through everything. Speed grade. Silhouette. Hang on, is this on transparent background? It's not. Hang on. Silhouette. Just really quickly to show it. Man, I'm not going to be able to select every single one of these, but this funny thing you've done around the leg, the more work I have to do to make a selection to show silhouette, the better you've done. Full points. Very specific leg design here. Good wings. The ear shape is nice. The hoge, which feels like a banana on top of her head, also good. Whoops, hang on. Silhouette. Good. Color palette. This is a nice color palette. It is very easy on the eyes. I enjoy it. Green plus orange plus red. It's pretty enjoyable. Simple color palette. It works. Focal points. I will say, I think this is the weakest thing happening here. Because the face and the skin are sort of low contrast, I am looking at the shorts first, and then I'm looking at this crazy detailed object on the leg. So I don't think I'm going to the face very quickly, unfortunately, here. I'm looking at the torso and the leg first, so I'd probably put that here. Complexity versus clarity, though, I think there's a good level of detail. The mesh is adding a level of detail that I think we do need, where the clothing design is pretty simple, it's pretty pared down, pretty grounded, but this adds a nice extra bonus fun element to it, as does the top. Something very specific about having an anklet in here, too. So level of detail I think is fine. I'm not having trouble reading edges of anything. Concept motifs, you did for sure make her sporty, and you did for sure make her a fruit bat, and I have no trouble figuring out those things either. Join me again in the 9 out of 10 range. Yay! Yippee! Clap again, roommates! I hope you're not tired of clapping. We can't get worn out. We gotta work out our arm muscles to clap. Many amazing designs. Yes! Thank you all so much for participating in this. I loved seeing all of these. It's crazy seeing all the reinterpretations of the same design also, because it truly just goes to show that making designs that are inspired by something without copying it or just modifying them in the ways that we all personally do is something that can be so easy to pull off. And they all turned out so wonderful. I'm so proud of all of you for all of your work on this. They are fantastic, and I love them. Are we doing the pool? Do we have time? The pool. What do you mean the pool? We are going to, is what I was gonna say, we are going to pick what our next extra credit is here now, though. For next month. The poll? You mean polling for the next extra credit? Is that what you're asking? Yes, that one? Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, we are gonna poll for our next extra credit here to end us off here. Also, Sunnies, thank you for following. Also, Crybaby Circus, I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you for following also. It was so fun, need to do more of these challenges. Don't worry. So, our next challenge, the options for the next challenge are Uma Musume OC Design Challenge. People seemed really excited about that one, but it did lose. Also, SQU11J1, which is Squeiji as like an Utao or Vocaloid, was one of our options. The other option that I had was going to be, have you ever seen, we showed them before, have you ever seen people who draw a character out of a meme of a animal, or just out of an animal image? I think I showed one last time when I was describing it. It might be in live suggestions where I can pull it without too much trouble. Let's see. Where is it? Scrolls up. Was that in fact where I posted it? I can't remember. Oh wait, maybe I didn't put it in live suggestions. I might have just shown it on stream. No! Talking about that one Twitter artist. Oh my gosh, what is their name? I can't think of it now. Oh, I have it somewhere. I know I have it somewhere. Oh, hang on. Oh, what is their name? Animal. Art. Oh, I have it somewhere. I know. I don't know where it is. Hang on. I know somewhere where I'll be able to find it for the example. The animal one would be nice. I think it would be so nice. Let's see. Is it in here? Will I be able to find it? I love this artist too, and I hate that I can't remember what their name is right now. It's gonna drive me nuts. No. Darn it. I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? I'm gonna go crazy. Kind of like the Gajinka cousin. Yes. We did look at a fennec fox, and we looked at a frog. Oh, wait. I found it. It's Gigigek. This one is one of wolves that I'm gonna pull as a reference. But do you see how they are reinterpreting an animal photo into an illustration of characters? So like, we can see that this is a one-to-one almost reconstruction of this photo where we've got the white wolf, a black wolf, and then a black wolf and a white wolf that are smaller. They've recreated it, which is so cute, right? I love this artist. Their work is fantastic. I will send you this so you can have it. So this is our third option, is to do something like this for our next extra credit. I'll give you guys a month for the extra credit again. I like this little creature down here too. I don't know what he's doing there. Post in live suggestions just in case. You're so smart. I should post it there so I have it. It's easier for me to access. Let's see. Live suggestions, there we go. There. So, let me create the poll, and then we'll do that. Is it a character design extra credit or just general art? I mean, technically it is character design. You are designing a character as to what you think that animal would be like as a character, but I think it's more just like an art challenge as well, where it's just finding a fun photo and then finding a way to reinterpret it, I guess. But it is also, in some other examples, much more about character design, where, let me find the frog one. She's so cute. Hang on, where's the frog one? Like, this one, I think, does a good job of being a character design. They've conveyed the personality of the owl, and then incorporated the scenery that the owl is a part of into it. Also the color blocking of the owl and the shapes. It's so cute. But yeah, here, Paul. Next extra credit. And also, don't worry if the thing that you want to win doesn't win, because we can always come back to it again in the future. The options don't go away. They can just come back another month. So our options are Uma Musume OC design. Then also Squiiji Utao design. And what do we call this design? Animal Gijinka? Am I saying that word right? I feel like I never say that word right. But like, is that what I would call it maybe? Like G-I-J-I-N-K-A. I don't even know if that's, is that even how you spell that? Gijinka? That might be the right way to say it. I don't know. That is the term people use when they do this with Pokemon though, so I feel like that probably is the correct term for it. Let me copy and paste these to YouTube, and then I will give you a couple minutes to vote while we just generally discuss before I vanish into the void for the evening. There we go. Have your polls. Go! Yippee! I'm intrigued to see what you say. Horse photos can be silly. Yeah, and for Enderium who wanted to draw animals, yeah, you could totally do it the other way around for this animal one. Or, Enderium, if you want to draw an animal for the Uma Musume one, you could draw a horse. You could design your own horse if you wanted to. Like, figure out what their racing colors would be, figure out their patterns, and figure out... Gijinka. Gijinka? Oh, so I wasn't saying it that wrong. I just wasn't fully correct. Gijinka. I might have been too harsh with some of the letters in there, but yeah. Gijinka's winning hard. Oh, see, deep down in my heart, I'm still hoping for Uma Musume in some capacity. I don't want to sway your votes. Because I love Uma Musume. Their designs are so cute and they're so cool. But don't let me sway you. If you want to draw animal Gijinkas, then you absolutely can and should. We'll just get to those other ones later. The Squiiji Utah design has gotten no votes both times we put it in. And I only had it in because when I had debuted the Utah model with the karaoke back in April, people were excited and wanted to design a Utah design for me. But if that is no longer the case, if people aren't into that idea, that is fine. We don't have to include it in the future going forward. It might be easier to just pull between two things. Wasn't Utah again? Utah is like a Vocaloid, essentially. Utah is a like self-made Vocaloid model where I have a voice model that can be used to sing songs. It's what my covers that I did for Tetoris were. It's what my Never Gonna Give You Up but in Japanese was in. It's just like a fun little thing you can make by singing a bunch of very specific syllables, and then it combines them together again. So it's just like me as a Vocaloid, essentially. Maybe that'd be a better way of putting it. Maybe it hasn't gotten votes because people don't know what I mean. People don't know what it is, so they don't vote for it, maybe. Maybe a cottage cheese trouble again. If Uma Musume ideas, I will just... Hang on. Uma Musume ideas, I'll just save them for some other time. That's fair. We could. Just keep being pitched against subjects that offer a lot more diversity. I think it's affecting popularity. That could also be true. Alive, why are you saying phonemes at me? Don't do this to me. We don't need to start this again. It's been a week since the phoneme phenome incident, and I want to let you know that I've figured it out. I know the difference. I can say them properly now. Are you guys mocking me? What's happening? Why are you pie crewing me? Did I say something else wrong? Should have voted for one I wouldn't do because I'm probably going to be too tired to art still though. I hope you are feeling better, Viraku. I hope that you are regaining your energy as quickly as possible. Oh, thank you for hydrate. I will have snack and drink when I go eat meal with Jubby. If Uma wins, I'm sure someone will make a Skibbity Riz OC. Oh, I'm sure they will. I am so sure that they will. The terms for the Uma Musume one would be design an Uma based on an existing horse, which could be your real life horse that you have or that a friend has, or it could be another racing horse from anywhere in the world. But just because we need the like jockey colors thing as a way to guide the design also, maybe. I don't know. Oh wait, is that why you were saying it? Is because of the voice bank? Because you are making phonemes, which is kind of what it is, I guess. But with Japanese, it's the way that you record it is, it's like ah, ba, bi, bo, bay, ah, ka, ki, ku, ko. You like sing those syllables. At least for the one I did. It's a VCV bank. The way I'd ask my horse person friend to pick an existing horse for me. Yeah! I feel like that's the best way of doing it. Getting 50 answers at least gives you options though, right? Options are nice. We like options. I do think that the animal Gijinka is going to win. There's 14 votes for it on Twitch, and it is also winning on YouTube. So make sure you get your votes in if you're feeling some way about the others, because there's only a couple seconds remaining. Quick, get your calls in now before the call center closes for the day, if you have strong feelings. Really want to do the warhorse because the puppet models were so amazing, so I give you a cool look instead of a standard jockey. Yeah, that would be so neat. That would be really neat as an idea for like an Uma. Man, I was thinking about, I wanted to do like a carnival horse maybe for it, where, you know, they get the much more exaggerated outfits that they're wearing that the riders have also. I feel like that would make a really cool Uma too, right? Oh, but alas, Animal Gijinka has won. Can we do Animal Gijinkas with museum fossils? Sure, why not? Yeah, why not? Yes, absolutely sure. For sure. So I will, for Monday, get things set up for having our Animal Gijinka challenge, and then we'll be able to get started with it. Don't worry, we'll get them next time, Uma folks. Seriously, all of you need to look at what happened in the Ten Show 2022? I don't know what happened in the Tennis Show 2022. What happened? That's not the Gold Ship incident. Wait, we can do Gold Ship? Oh my god, you could! You could do Gold Ship the horse as a character design as a girl? Or I guess it's a boy even, because Gold Ship is a man, technically, he's a horse. He's a male horse. But yeah, you could. That could be your silly animal photo that you could recreate as a person. Yes. I like the way you're thinking. Yippee! Okay, so I will get that all set up and ready for us for Monday. But thank you all for being here today. Thank you. Thank you all for the fantastic submissions. They've been so good. We ate so well with the art today. I'm so proud of everybody for all of their hard work. They turned out fantastically, and I'm honored that you guys would take the time out of your day to participate in our fun little challenges. I hope they're just like a fun little way of inspiring everyone to do some drawing, and also something that's rewarding as a way to practice art. I don't know if you've noticed, my secret intentions here is to make you all practice art. Evil EG just makes you do art practice. And I'm forcing you to all be creative. I don't know if you noticed, but yeah. So wait, we need to submit animal hybrid human form, a pic? Not like a hybrid necessarily, but you pick a picture of an of an animal, and then you recreate it as a human perhaps. Or I guess you could technically do the opposite. But yeah, so like these pictures of the owls were reinterpreted into this character. This is a good example of what to do maybe. Don't worry, you're good. Don't worry about your questions. But yeah. Love your critiques. Keeps me out of an art plateau. That's okay. I don't know if I know how to spell plateau correctly either. Off the top of my head. But I'm glad I can help with it. I'm glad we can offer some inspiration. How evil of you to make us practice and improve. You know me. Terrible, horrible, evil, even, cruel. Many a word that is commonly used to describe Squiiji. I was described as being infamous. Like yesterday, which I think is very funny. There is a very nice fella who often will make a nice post about me in some way, somewhere, someplace. Miltendo, and they called me infamous for art critiques. I was like, I think am I not famous for art critiques? I'm infamous? Very funny. Still glad to be famous in some capacity, I guess. Any press is press. Does an Animal Crossing villager count as a valid animal? You know? Unclear. They wear clothing? So I don't know. I might have to think about that. I'll get back to you on that one. You get some prompts for images to turn? Yeah, I can, when I make the area in the Discord server for extra credit for it, I will stick a bunch of images just as like funny little ones for inspiration that I've found on the internet if you guys need something to pick from. But you can pick your own also. Yeah. Famous would be correct, but infamous may be funny. That's true. I think they were going for funny as me being silly instead. Can I get the link? I was making it currently, so I'll send it tomorrow. Yeah, here, wait. Let me... For extra credit. Whoops, hang on. It's here. Those of you who might want to participate in future extra credit, you can do so here. There you go. But it is on this note that I must go join my jubby for an eating of food. I was supposed to end on time tonight and I didn't. It's 20 minutes past, so we're gonna pray that they're not sad. Whoopsie. I just had to yap. I am, I guess, powerless against the power of yap. But thank you all for being here. I will see you on Monday for the usual character design critiques. Next Thursday, we are getting to do Guilty Gear tier list, and I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait to go back to Guilty Gear. I'm so happy. Yay! And then also on Friday, we're going to be doing some Pinterest boarding, which is kind of strange as a concept for a stream, but it'll make sense. We're building our character design inventory on Friday together. So, thank you for all joining me. YouTube Shroomates, I can't send you anywhere, so I will say shroom you later. I did confirm that I just can't raid out. It's just not possible on YouTube. I can't raid anyone. And I think like my account is just stuck this way forever. What can you do? But thank you for joining me. Bye. Twitch fellas, thank you.